Hello, hello, hello. How are we all doing tonight? It's, 6:30 now, so I need more potions. I gotta go hunting, huh? What did I say last night that I was gonna do tonight? I should start writing that down or something. Cool, I have no fatty meat. I need to find a merchant and get rid of all this non-fatty meat. 42 steaks. 101 bony meats. This is insane. Those are stacks of 25. Why do I know that? I've played this game a timer. 10. Get rid of that tiny meat too. Literally useless. There's like 2 things you can use it for. And that's it. I don't have enough money to do all these upgrades. That's not too bad. 500, not optimal, but I'll do it. Tripcaster gets clutch on ultra hard, especially no skills. Tripcaster's gonna save my life down the line. Because you can stay stealthed with it too. So it'll give me options where I wouldn't have them otherwise. Man, this not getting to have better resource use with crafting is sad. Alrighty, alrighty. What did I get? The Odyssey. I had so many theories with this mug because of the frickin' Forbidden West trailer with the 3 lights in the sky. My buddy Astro actually pointed it out to me. Then I ran from there. We both ran from there. The whole stream is up of my most recent playthrough of Horizon Zero Dawn. This is my first time playing it since Forbidden West, so things hit different. It's so great. I love this game. Alright, let's go find some fatty meats and a merchant. I'm not going to go to the Grave Horde yet. We got to go do Aaron's quest too with Durval. Although I want to say that's like level 19. Yeah. I know stuff. Honestly, I should just go get frickin' Blue Gleam. I have 6. If I collect some off the ground, I could get a better bow and change my whole life for the whole rest of the game. I could turn in sets of stuff too if I collect sets. It's a lot to do though, but to get the money boost, that'd be helpful. Some of those rewards, pretty rewarding. Could get blue gleams. Stock up my alloys.
I can still get the upper hand.
Ah, dang. That means I'm by a behemoth. Why did I come over here? This was a stupid move. I think you can actually fast travel away in the middle of combat, but I'm not positive. Whoa, it's lag. That was weird. It's not gonna come this far. I'm not worried. It'd be great to lure the behemoth into the bandit camp and get them to fight each other. Shattered kiln. Cool. Is that just broadheads? Don't mind me, you guys. Nothing to see here. I miss broadheads and striders. It's been so long. Seriously, never scanned them before? You guys have not played this game. Cool, don't mind me, buddy. Just be on your merry way. Nothing to see here. Nothing to do. These animals keep running to the machines to protect them. Who do they think they are? Well, thanks for being my only viewer, class. I'm enjoying hanging out with you. Tell me what you did in Horizon. You don't have to, but you texted me. What did you complete that you said was your final goal? I love how it's like craning its neck. Boom, goes the dynamite. Rude. Very rude. In trying to heal, I ended up causing more pain. Like, so much for the 2 bushes I was gonna grab here, right? I need to get the golden fast shadow pack so I can just go up to the frozen wilds and get berries from there. They're not berries anymore. Look at that. It looks just like here. Here being Arizona. Yeah, get your net to work, Klaus. I love watching people play this game, especially. Other people do it differently than me, and then I think of things that they wouldn't think of, and they think of things that I wouldn't think of, and we both become better for it. That's what's so cool about streaming, is it's like, I get ideas I wouldn't have thought of otherwise. Especially, like, I like to go into the lore and really go, like, that's why I played this one a whole bunch of times, because there's different options every time. And so I wanted to see, like, every time if you make different choices, it changes the, like, context of Aloy's story that time. Even though the main thing is like taking surface roads to get to a destination, you can pick like a bunch of different routes and split them up, but they reconverge at the end in the same key places. Like when polyrhythmic music is going, it seems offbeat, but then it can reorient as the beats intersect at key syncopated points in a way. And you can make patterns and create movement and like change the context for melodies and stuff that's playing at the same time as it. Kind of like orbits of planets. And how all the gravity of the other planets in the solar system has an effect on our planet. Even if it's an infinitely small effect, it's still a real effect. So like they've discovered there's cycles of our Earth that occur over 405,000 years because of the positions of Jupiter and Saturn and the way the rhythms of them differ across space and time in relationship to all the other planets, because it's like a very tiny force but still a very real force that across, it's just like how there's like fractions of seconds added at the end of each year, but that's why we have to have a leap day, because it adds up and it tips.
Why have you come to Sunfall? The grave hoard is where you belong.
You make it sound so attractive, Silence.
The Eclipse knows you're alive, Aloy. If their agents see you at Sunfall, you will be overwhelmed.
Well, that's certainly ominous.
Shh, try to warn me off. Not gonna work. I'm too stubborn.
Karja bickering in the streets like petty
Bryce
awesome.
Canyon.
Sometimes I don't even
They
recognize
went somewhere in Utah to film Galaxy Quest when they get the beryllium sphere. The stuff these Karja refugees say is so sad. This used to be an orbital launch facility. What's up? Don't mind me.
Don't stride around like you own the place, Outlander. Sunfall.
I've got all the best goods here.
Merchant!
They say expecting a savage to appreciate craftsmanship is like trying to catch the light in your hands.
What do I need? I don't know. What can I do in the way of outfits? Nothing. I am broke. Cool. I need to go get frickin' Blue Gleam. Since I can't skill up, I should just... What do I need for the Golden Fast Travel Pack? 3 fox skins and 30 fatty meats. Fox skins. Oh, I've been keeping the bones. Oops. Skins. That makes sense to make the bedding. I don't know, but the image will help me remember. Whatever. Anything else I need, I can collect later. Oh yeah, I was gonna get rid of stacks of meat. Like, what the crap? That balance is insane. I need 30 fatty meat. How am I gonna collect more fatty meat than I use in the collection of the fatty meat when I inevitably get into fights? This is gonna be the most interesting playthrough of this game I've ever done. It's like survival mode, in a way. What's up, Genesis? Oh yeah, I was wondering, I was just about to ask if you'd sent one. I see it now. All my notifications are off because I'm streaming. And what's up, what's up?
Hello.
Welcome.
Yes, nice to be back.
I'm glad to have you back. because that means you're feeling better.
Yeah, thankfully.
How's today going for you?
Wonderful.
Glad to hear it.
Yeah, as I was telling you earlier, I did some work that was much necessary.
Yeah. Hold on, we're on a
Yes.
cutscene. Just
Okay.
a second.
Oh,
Seeing the sun ring for the first
this is
time.
one of my favorite cutscenes, to be honest.
The submarine.
Sun ring just feels familiar.
Yeah.
They called it Warring in the Spirit. On a platform. On stage, on display.
For all
Watching
to
our friends
see.
get taken out.
Yeah.
Yep. Man, look at this spikes. That's so nuts. I've never noticed this spike before. Why is it spiky? Like, dude, can you imagine accidentally banging your shin on that?
Can you imagine purposely being impaled upon it?
Dude.
for viewing pleasure?
Look at this old Utaru design. See, not vegetarian. This one's not vegetarian. Some of the Utaru do eat meat. Even in Forbidden West.
Oh, I thought there was many that did. It was only a specific sect of the tribe that did.
I don't know. I feel like there's got to be a split tribe thing with the Utaru because there's like the Plains ones, which I guess they could call Plains. It's Plains songs, so those are Plains too. But I wonder if they've like, I don't know. I just miss the Planeswalker paint. I'm sad they got rid of it.
Yeah.
Here's an old Tanakh design. So it's like both tribes have had updates to their designs and art direction. But there's a bunch of these guys around here, and there's a bunch of that Utaru design around here. There's also that one quest where you are recovering the seed pod that fell in the lake. Which I could actually go and do, but, well, I need to replenish all my potions. I'm out of fatty meat. And I need to get enough fatty meat. I think I want to get the golden fast travel pack so that I can go fill my berries in the frozen wild because they're a higher percentage up there. There's this one, there's the other Utaru Ulia that has similar face paint as part of the Sunstone Rock quest. Today, Sunstone Rock will feature a little bit in the story of Call of the Mountain because Rias is from Sunstone Rock and is freed from Sunstone Rock to go on his quest. Blameless Marad contacts him and says, Rias, we've got something for you. Rias is known as Eaten in Shadow and was a warrior for the Shadow Karja, in whose kingdom I am right now, during the Civil War. So, interesting lore dump there. Utaru Warden outfit is a good outfit. Gravesinger's super cool. I like the whole idea of the Gravesinger. It's such a beautiful concept.
Yeah, the Gravesinger definitely reminds me of what we used to do.
Yeah.
In many ways.
Yeah, no, in a lot of ways. People might hear that as just disparaging, but it's not. I loved my job. I hated everything about the workplace and the abuse I encountered. And the fact that they baited and switched, like, it was sold as one thing, but then it's like they don't even listen to their own sermons. And I'll put it this way: one of the leaders there told a story about how he got arrested once for writing bad checks.
Huh.
And I just don't think he learned his lesson. I don't think the whole place learned a lesson from that. Because it's like,
I'm not gonna ask you who that is, but I can almost guess who that is.
dude, it might not be who you're thinking, but
Well, you're right, because
Yeah.
I can see several of them.
and I
doing that.
don't remember the whole story, but I just know I was in a meeting, and they told a story about something like that, and I just remember something about bad checks, and Like, it was when they were, like, younger, like, college age or something. I don't remember. But, like, I just think of that story, and I just think about, like, dude, I came listening to sermons that said what it was and wasn't, and then it wasn't any of that when I got there. Like, it just felt like a bait and switch. And there's, like, literal, like, so many people would get me... They, like, get you on the line, but then if something better comes along, they'll grab that instead. And, like, so many times I was told stuff, and then their word was just absolutely meaningless with, like, pay and position, where, like, I had verbal contracts that they just didn't treat as what they were.
Yeah.
And now I have panic attacks and shit at, like, jobs that I'm at now because I can never, like, feel like, is this place lying to me like they did?
Yeah, you don't know if that's coming again or not.
And my body is so on edge about it that it's just like, it's miserable. Just I think of the years of terror I lived under, where it was my whole livelihood, and I never knew if it was going to get ripped out from under me. And then it did get ripped out from under me, because it was the million little ways where it was like they were going to give me a raise of 60% of what I was getting after I hit, like, Cam Op level 2 in media. So it was going to be 160% of what I was getting. And so I became the person who was the fastest person ever to train to Cam Op level 2. And then I was like, so about that raise? And they're like, oh, no, we misspoke. The amount you're making is the highest amount you're going to make. It's like, dude, I budgeted around this. I trained, I learned your stuff, expecting pay. I now am more skilled to you. And yet, nothing, like, what does your word mean? How are you guys going to be people of the word if you don't even keep your word on little things like how much money you're going to pay someone? Like, but then I was budgeting so tight that getting that news put me in a place where the whole rest of my time there, I was, like, scraping on the edge and didn't have the ability to, like, fall back. It trapped me financially into a poverty cycle of constantly playing catch up, because I was expecting this amount to go up at a point, and I had budgeted for that based on their word.
Yeah.
Which I was only in that position in the first place because they'd actually already broken their word to me. I was promised a worship team position with a stipend before leaving on my partnership development fundraising trip. Mm-hmm. And the leader renegotiated, like, just literally got impatient and decided that they were just going to get someone else on their team, actually, while I was on my trip, even though they knew I was going to be gone. And they said they would arrange subs and everything, and that I would have a position when I got back, and they knew what date I was coming back. Like, it was a planned trip. Like, budgeted for and planned out for during my 3-month internship. I was, like, figuring out what I was going to do, because I counted the cost.
Yeah.
I tried to, but I can't count the cost if you guys lie to me about pay. Like, there's about position. And then it's like, when I got back, I had raised partners with, like, I have a team already. Like, I've done my due diligence. And then I was made as though a liar before my partners. And then my partners were uncomfortable because of, like, wait, this place is already doing this to you. Like, I don't know if this is where I should be supporting. And then I got back in October of 2012 to the whole drama of October 2012 and couldn't get a straight answer from anyone, which meant also not getting a straight answer from my partners I was trying to follow up with. So all my bridges got burned on partnership, and then they ultimately took my stipend away because I had an outside job and they didn't think I was doing enough partnership development. I was like, you guys don't understand. I can't go to... I went through my whole contacts list, and then you guys made me... like, made this place look like people looked up financial paper trail and couldn't find accountability for your organization. Yeah. But 2, like, they watched this scenario play out in 2012 from the position not being there after it was supposed to be there, and then not getting straight answers on what was going on with the incident of that year. Mm-hmm. Like, and it really broke my trust in the organization. I'm a very good salesperson or representative because I went into commission sales after leaving that place. And I made my annual IHOP salary monthly as a beginner. And that was a real mind fuck, honestly, because I was like, what am I going to do for I just want to like donate my IHOP salary.
Yeah,
send them the receipt, like donate it to the Satanic Temple and send them the receipt. And I was like, I don't want to be that person though. So what am I going to do with this? What am I going to do? Like, I didn't even care for money at that job. I was just like, this is like, money's stupid. I'd already seen my uncle and my grandfather have $10 million in the bank a piece or something like that, and both of them ended their own lives. So it's just like, clearly money isn't the way. That's how I wound up a missionary in the first place. Mm-hmm. Only for it to be like, you need enough to eat food. I was eating moldy bell peppers that I got from Mana for You, because you're not allowed to go on food stamps. But they took a $2.4 million PPP loan. Mike Bickle took one that was like $5 or $6 grand, and then IHOP took one, and Forerunner Christian Fellowship took one, over $2 million totaled up, forgiven by the government. But we couldn't go on food stamps so instead I was eating moldy bell peppers that were reclaimed from the trash at the local grocery stores, and you guys would go out and pick up the ones they weren't allowed to legally sell. And then I could pay $2 to go in and take from, which is great that you at least had that, but dude, I had to cut the mold off before I ate this trash food to afford to serve in your house. And I was happy to do that, and you treated me in a way that totally dishonored that. I slept on someone's basement floor, which was just not even padded carpet.
Yeah,
it was carpet, but it wasn't even padded, in a Greenfield Village basement for 2 weeks, until someone gave me a couch, and then I slept on that couch for a year to save money to afford the internship, to afford the opportunity to apply for a job there. And I was happy to do that, while eating moldy bell peppers. Mm-hmm. I was given a free place to stay. There was an open bedroom upstairs, but because I was given it for free, I stayed behind someone's water heater in the unfinished half of their basement. That's where all my stuff was. It would leak down there every time it rained. I was happy to do that. I just pretended it was like Fallout, and I set up some lanterns and blue lights in there, and I was just like, this is my cool little Fallout shelter. Mm-hmm. And I would sit in there and play Skyrim. I didn't have any internet on my Xbox 360, but I played Skyrim without any patches. My whole playthrough, no patches. The original out-of-the-box Skyrim on Xbox 360, which is a whole experience.
Oh, it is.
For those that remember the launch of Skyrim.
Jeez.
No internet on it, so I played the buggiest, and I was happy to. And I would listen to Alan Hood teachings on the excellencies of Christ, and I would listen to Seda Rogers teach me on repeat. And then I went and worked for Seda, and she is a character, but I'm not going to go into that here. Just so I don't talk to her anymore. And I don't like that song anymore. She was my boss. But that's all I'm going to say about that here. In any association with that name, I might tell some stories, but I'll do it anonymously. I'll just say I'm really sad because I loved that song and I loved its lesson. And I had a lot of respect for her at one point. It's a beautiful song. It reminds me of Sarah McLachlan, and she kind of looks like Sarah McLachlan, and that amused me. Now whenever I think of Sarah McLachlan, I think of Seda and that song. Tech took. Falsely accused, exiled, starving and cold, I faltered. This I confess. As the death chills overcame me, I lost will and purpose and felt the bottomless callousness of fate. But then a vision. I saw in my mind's eye an endless white plain with only a single figure waiting. It was you, and I knew, in death, if not in life, I would see you again. When the chills faded, I rose with new hope. I paint my mark here for you, in anticipation of our meeting, and leave you this offering, though it will never touch the warmth of your hands. This story is so sad. What is this one? Oh. We did Maker's End last night when you were not with us, Genesis.
You did Maker's Run?
Maker's End. Where the first meeting of Liz and Ted. Klaus, New Game Plus, any of your weapons, armor, and like resources carry over for you. There's new weapons that you can get that are different variations. Like there's a spike thrower, there's a bow I really like a hunter bow, there's a sharp shot bow, I think there's a bolt blaster, I think there's a sling. There's like 6 or 7 weapons. Then there's some face paints and armor dies. That's what it is. Yeah, money can't buy happiness, but a basic amount of money is needed in order to thrive, because you need food and shelter.
Yeah.
All 18 lawsuits the moment you landed. Oh, Liz. The number of times Ted says Jesus Liz is... Wait, let's do a Jesus Liz count. Is there one in here? Because robots just shut them down, obviously. Okay, so this is the first one. On line 4, Jesus Liz 1. On 1st November 2064. I know it's at least, there's the second one. I was like, I know there's at least 2. Because it just always makes me laugh. Like, it's funny to me that made it into this game. I don't know. Jesus made his way into Horizon. It's just amusing. My name made it into here too. And I'm mad because it was because of freaking God Blevins. But it's actually, someone had to say the word Sierra.
Were they talking about the mountains?
Nope. Dodd Blevins saying the answer to a puzzle. But it's a voiced line. My name.
I don't know if my name's in there.
Sure.
I assume it is, because they talk a lot about like the birth of things, but...
Yeah. Well, I feel like there's also a few different points where people quote the Bible.
Yeah.
Because someone sings like Amazing Grace. Someone says like a sinner's prayer. Because it's just so much. Prayer? Yeah, but the dude's like already taken his drugs. It's here, I got the. There we go. Well, I mean, a sinner's prayer, not like saying Hail Marys.
So, okay, from the top, kids. Hail Mary, full of grace.
We got from the very beginning of the game. So sad. Once you start to piece together what actually happened there. This one right here is the same voice actor as Talana, and she had a small role in Jurassic World Dominion, which I haven't actually watched yet, even though it's got Laura Dern.
Maybe that's all I need, you know?
That low, this voice.
Standing there, wearing that retro wave dress, and the way he smiled.
She reminds me of Imogen from Critical Role Campaign 3.
On my face, what had just blossomed inside me, you know? It was
So
just
sad.
an instant, but I knew we'd be forever
I like that they included it from early in the game. Like, oh, there are queer people in this world. They just exist. Because it's realistic.
Mm-hmm.
And it's 2066. January 1st, 2066. That's when that bunker took their pills. And it was the funny thing, that's why the dude's talking about how ironic it was that they were doing a countdown to midnight because of the whole doomsday clock thing.
Another signal.
In case people didn't catch that. I almost applied at Gorilla over the summer. They had a position open for lore historian.
Oh wow, that would have been perfect for you.
I was working on an application for it, but it got filled like in 6 days. But like I was like actually like talking to someone there about like, hey, would like it be weird if a fan did this? And they're like, no, like a fan would be perfect for it. You should do it. And I was like, oh. And then that was just feeling like, wait, how do I move to Amsterdam?
Right, immediately.
What's cool is I looked into it, like they actually have like an apartment they put you in for like the first 2 months or something.
Oh, okay.
So that like you don't have to worry about the transition and you can get everything kind of, so that you can focus on transitioning into the because you have to get there and get all your papers and everything as well before you can like start working or whatever. I don't know. There's a whole process because they're used to recruiting people internationally, so they've got a whole thing settled for it. But they actually onboard their people by like actually helping them onboard and move. And I just thought that was really cool. That like they do that. Because how else is someone supposed to move across the country or the globe or whatever?
Like,
it's just like
for something like that awesome.
Plus, they're like one of like the happiest, if not the happiest rated country on the planet. The most international city on the planet, Amsterdam. Let's say it's 173 nations
I thought it was
or something.
Amsterdam or Norway.
Which is the Netherlands.
How awesome of a place must it be to be there? It's like counter to our country.
Dude, I asked a friend who is from the Midwest to explain Dutch culture to me, and she just basically described everything the opposite of the Midwest, and it sounded like heaven. She laid out 17 points of difference, and I was just like, one, that was amazing that you listed 17 points of difference, but two, oh my god, when do I sign? Like, how do I get there yesterday, please?
Yeah,
Polder model's the coolest thing. They do everything by polder model, which is like a consensus-based everything. Like, no voice is silenced. Every voice matters, because basically, my friend, do you know Nancy Hester?
Sure do.
Nancy, one time I was at lunch with her and I was talking to her about the Netherlands because I was already super into this game. And she was telling me that, like, I guess when they're sometimes going to Uganda, that, like, they go on a layover to Amsterdam. So they were on a tour once, and the tour guide explained to them, there's a saying that God made the earth, but the Dutch made the Netherlands. Because they literally, that's the whole point of the freaking windmills. They're pumps for water. They built the land out of the sea. And it just makes me think of the phrase building a ship at sea. And I was like, oh, so like the Dutch actually built a functioning ship at sea. Oh, this is that canyon for later, huh? I know where I am. I don't want to be in here. No, thank you. This is where the Queen's Gambit occurs later. That's having an interesting load. So it's like they actually engineered building a ship at sea that actually worked. They built their whole country at sea, but because of it, even when there's conflict, if it's someone that's on your same polder, you can't shut anyone out. You can't stop up your ears to any voice because everyone is eyes on maintaining the polder. And so, like, it just makes me think of this whole thing where it's like, I feel like I'm literally being left on red by leaders from this place I worked for years. I like literally like live next door to one of their parents, and like they won't even give me the time of day, and I'm just like, dude, like, every voice matters. Like, you don't even know why I'm coming to you to talk to you, and you're just like, it's impossible to get a hold of people that I thought were just like my coworkers and my neighbors and my church family or whatever. And it's just so...
Yeah, they won't even, like, give you the time of day.
Interesting to me, like... But yeah, so you're saying, like, the tour guide, like, actually, like, taught them about, like, how all that was constructed and whatever. It was just super cool. Super cool stuff. Dies, immediately comes back to place of death, dies again. Yeah, I shouldn't... I don't have long roll. So if you do the opening section, Klaus, on Forbidden West New Game Plus, how that works is basically... I should go north and go around instead of through here. That's the problem. Okay, so that's not the way, so this is the way. I just want to go around the Rockbreaker site. Oh, what the... I didn't... For some reason, I didn't think it was going to go over the hill, and I was wrong. This is going well for me. I'm totally going to make it out of this alive. Watch me do it. No, I watch me. Watch me do it. I'm going to do it.
Oh no, I trust you.
I didn't do it.
Okay. Oh well, I still trust you.
So the opening section, Klaus, if you do the tutorial with Varl at the Odyssey site, then no, you actually basically have to do that with the same equipment as normal. And then once you're done with that opening intro section after the fight at the end, once you get to the intro sequence with the music where they sing In the Flood, that is when you get your gear back. So it's when you approach the Daunt.
That's interesting.
Kind of annoyed that my broadhead, like, didn't run. It, like, got tripped up. Oh well. Cool, I made it past, so at least if I die now, I'm in a better spot. This is some hostile territory for a level unskilled character. At least if I level up, I can get more health. That's at least something. This game is so pretty.
I should check on Aaron at Redridge Pass. He said he'd be waiting.
Wait, I do not want to go and trigger that. Thankfully, I didn't get there yet. Because it's like right here. I don't want to do that. Wait, am I right about that? Is that the right spot? I think so, because this is where Olin was. Sorry, I'm just thinking out loud. What was it we were talking about the other night, Genesis, after the stream?
Forgiveness. I made sure to remember that word. And specifically in the sense that forgiveness is not the problem that we have.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's not. It has nothing to do with whether or not we are capable of forgiving or have forgiven. It has to do with the fact that our mistreatment has actually afforded us like a bunch of unnecessary pain, and no one is answering for it. So like, yeah, it's very easy for me to just like let it go and forgive, but I'm not truly letting go because nothing has passed.
I like the dude that did the book about love languages has a book about apology languages.
Oh, does he?
Mm-hmm. Because I feel like sometimes people think repentance is just this like ritual of saying, I'm sorry, I forgive you. And I've been treated I hate apologies for that reason. They've only ever used, like, I feel like in my life they are predominantly used to silence me and to bury things.
Yes.
And so it's just, I freaking hate them because of that. Where it's like, not just for me, but for other people too.
Right. Yeah.
And
Because what is repentance if
like
not?
that's not like I've had people who I haven't even finished explaining like so one of the things is like people want to be heard before an apology is offered, or it's not really doesn't feel like an apology, and that's the kind I tend to lean towards. But I'm gonna look it up real quick. Let me just look on this pretty little view by the river.
Okay.
I'm gonna pull this dude's thing up. Language apology languages. Gary Chapman is his name.
Gary Chapman. That's,
Yeah, he does the love
did
languages.
he write the love language? Okay, good. Yeah. I was like, yeah, I have that book. Why do I know that name?
Expressing regret, accepting responsibility, genuinely repenting, making restitution, requesting forgiveness. Requesting forgiveness always feels like someone trying to sweep things under the rug for me. It makes me, it's like an offense on top of an offense when someone, because it feels like the person wants things resolved on their timeline instead of wanting to understand me. When people do that for me. I think it because a lot of it comes from the whole it's easier to ask forgiveness than permission, and it's usually situations where someone's like I feel violated by someone in one way or another. Or like my no has been disregarded, my agency has been trampled. It's like you don't get to choose the timeline for this to be over. If you're the one that violated my agency already, you're violating it a second time over. If you're trying to like, it just it doesn't feel. I don't feel like, because if you ask for forgiveness and I say no because I'm not ready yet, then you get to write me off as a person who's unforgiving, and I feel like it's a catch-22 when I'm asked for forgiveness because of that, because it feels like a loaded question that forces things on a timeline.
Yeah, exactly. If that's a genuine question somebody has, like, will you forgive me? And you say
And
no,
a lot of people
they should be
jump
able
to that
accept
before I've even
that.
gotten a chance to explain.
Uh-huh.
And I don't even feel like I'm done explaining, because my roommate and I have worked out wording. There's a ADHD preamble sometimes, and I think of it like sign language grammar. So in sign language, you actually set the scenario before you then tell what plays out within it. And people jump to like asking forgiveness when I'm still in scenario setting. And they don't want to take the time to have the conversation in my language. And it's like, well, if I'm the one who's trying to convey how I was wronged, especially because it's like behind trauma and stuff now, because some of it was abuse. Like, I'm sorry that I'm neurodivergent and so my language is different than yours, but I need to feel heard. And you guys like jump to like, well, will you forgive me? And then I'm like, I wasn't even done setting a scenario, and people like jump into trying to correct me when I'm still setting a scenario and I haven't even got to the point of like what was done to me yet. And it's like, that's not hearing me. They want to do it. If I can't fit it into your 15 minutes that you can fit in your calendar, and then if we can't resolve it, then it's like, oh, well, she's unforgiving.
So,
it's like, dude, like, this is years of abuse.
The one with the problem now.
It's going to take a while to go through. And why do I have to go through the appeals process to come to you when the Bible says if you've hurt someone, don't go offering your worship to God. Set your gift down, abandon it, go find the person and be reconciled to them before you try and worship God. And you'd think in a place that does a perpetual worship assembly, they'd be like really intent on honoring that.
Yeah, you'd think that'd be like a real easy thing.
Because otherwise God's like, literally in the Bible says he stops up his ears to songs that are offered without the character that should back them.
Yeah.
Like, you guys spend all this time reading that very book and teaching out of it, but how much of it is like, are you eating it? Are you baby birding, chewing it up to spit into someone else's mouth, but you never swallowed anything?
Yeah.
Because at some point, like, you have to secure your oxygen tank before you try to affix it to another's. Like, look at the freaking log in your own eye before you look at, like, sawdust in someone else's. Like, there's two different ways to look at that, where it's like, care for yourself, like, invest in yourself before you take care of others. It can be a positive instead of just a negative, but, like, holy shit, guys, like, it becomes apparent in the way you treat people if you're not doing that. Like, and I'm not trying to say that it's like you're not spending time in the Word for yourself, But I'm just looking at the way I've been treated versus what I read that seems pretty point blank simple. And even what you guys preach, where I'm just like not seeing a consistency in action, literally just looking at actions. And I think that's pretty fair to say. Because
Oh, 100%.
it's literally as simple as you guys make people come to you instead of going to people who you've hurt.
Yeah.
And that one's a pretty point blank laid out verse on reconciliation. You guys wanted like go letter of the law in Matthew 18, but then it's like, well, Matthew 18 step 3 is I got to go public before the church because you guys didn't hear me at step 1 and 2. And you don't get to determine if I feel heard and understood. Like,
Right. You determine that. That's a you. Like a.
and
like
I
you actually
I
get
have
to be
my
like,
second
okay,
witness
yes,
from step 2 of
listen.
Matthew 18 who's like, I am your witness that you tried step 2. I have that person. I have the text from that person being like, I am your Matthew 18 step 2 witness. That I tried and tried. And we were told stuff was going to be implemented. And like people did try to implement stuff, but like, did I have let it get implemented? And did individuals actually hear me? Or did we just talk at each other for a while? Like even Jesus says, not everyone who hears this will hear it. Because otherwise he wouldn't be like, let those who have ears to hear.
Right.
You have to have ears to hear.
Yeah.
And so like just
You
saying,
actually
well, we
have to have
talked
ears to hear.
doesn't mean you heard me.
Yeah.
Because
In fact,
there's some
most
things,
times
if you
it would
heard
mean
me,
the
there would be
lesser.
like weeping face on the ground. But instead, I got told that I had blind spots and that I should be thankful that someone was trying to serve me when they were ignoring my no because they thought I was joking. That's a negatory for me, my dude. That person, like, dude, just because we met doesn't mean you ever heard me. I've never felt heard by that person.
Yeah.
There's a certain point in the conversation where you realize that it's just you're talking at a wall because there's like certain responses where you're not showing me you hear me. That's what a skill in therapy is, like showing, conveying that you've heard someone and understood them. And I hate someone telling me like I understand you because it's like not something you can actually like say. You have to demonstrate it. Like hearing is demonstrated. That's psychology. Like when someone's actually understanding someone, it will be demonstrated. Like, am I off there, or does that make sense?
Oh no, it makes perfect sense.
I can't just say I
was gonna-
understand you. It's like I can show you I understand you. I can't tell you I understand you because you are the only one. You're the only one that knows what you meant. I can only try to understand, and I can try to explain it back to you if I understand you. But I can't evaluate if I've understood you because I don't know what you intended inside.
Right. And this is actually, I'm glad we're bringing this up. This is something that I wanted to get into more depth with you earlier about, but I'm glad I can do it here. Oh,
Yeah.
I had a conversation with an ex earlier today, and our fourth has always been, I will say, I feel like X. Like, I'll just give a scenario. I feel hurt because you told me that I didn't call you the other day. Nowhere in our conversation did I say I would call you. You didn't ask me to to call you for any reason. I just didn't, and you got upset. And now you're upset at me. So there was zero communication about communication in the first place.
Dude,
Now I
communicating
have
about
to
communicating.
apologize. So now I have to apologize because you doing something or not
Hold
doing
on.
something.
Your
I
mic
didn't
is
know I was
cutting
supposed
out
to
a
do.
little. And so it's kind of hard
Oh.
to track your story because it's like, it's warping every now and then.
Hold on, let me. Here, let me.
Because I want to hear what you're saying. So communicating about communicating, hey.
Right.
That easy though.
Let me.
Sorry, dudes. I don't have healing stuff or I'd help you with those long legs.
Okay, how's this?
That is better.
Perfect.
I will let you know if it starts cutting out again. It was just doing the little like electronic tunnel thing.
Uh-huh. Like I was cutting out in between phrases.
Yeah.
Yep.
What have I angered? Why do we hear thunder jaw
Interesting.
noises?
The chat's having issues too.
Oh,
Huh.
shoot.
Let me see. Yeah, it's not. Well, internet's good.
Chat connection problems. That's super weird. Maybe a solar flare just hit the earth.
Right? Okay, so I'll continue.
Yeah, please do.
So she was upset with me because I didn't do something I never said I would do. As
That's
we
frustrating.
then got into so then as we got into the conversation, I then just
man,
said, you know,
Aloy's gonna get killed here.
Is she? Oh,
We'll
well,
see.
let's see.
I'm just getting in all kinds of trouble. Thing is, the Stormbird stuff is pretty slow moving. So as long as you just keep moving, you're pretty good most of the time, and then you can get out of its little area of patrol.
And then it'll lose interest.
But I have no way to heal if I take another hit, so oopsie. I might just need to use a fast travel pack. I need to go talk to Ross Grave because I did Maker's End. And I've been keeping up on that. And then I might do some hunting in the North Sacred Land since it's a little safer down there. No Stormbirds and Thunderjaws to whack me. No long roll is turning to be very interesting.
Huh.
What's the huh?
The YouTube chat keeps disconnecting and reconnecting.
It's super interesting. I'm not having any issues.
Yeah. I don't know what. Yeah. See, it just says disconnected, reconnected.
Oh, it's doing it for you too?
Well, yeah, it's saying it. I don't.
That's so interesting. That happens to me when I watch Twitch sometimes. Okay, I'm just gonna fast travel pack over here because I have 4 fast travel packs. I need to get 30 fatty meat so I can get a golden fast travel pack. That's the goal right now. And then once I have that, we're gonna go up to the frozen wilds and fill my berry pouch. And maybe grab some blue gleam and get me a better bow. And then do the grave horde where I'm gonna have to fight a lot of people. And then not a person.
And then not a person.
And yeah, not a person with people with it. I'm gonna need a better bow for that fight. I need something more accurate and stronger that I can fire faster with more mod slots.
Well, I'm gonna keep one eye on this chat and then finish my story.
Yeah. Let's get back to that story.
So I told
Aloy
her.
speaking to Ross. Sorry.
Yeah. So I basically told her.
Hold on.
This is something.
Genesis.
Oh, you're doing a thing. Okay.
Yeah. Sorry.
I see.
Hi, Rost.
I had already hit the
I'm
button.
a couple seconds behind in view of video.
Sobek, she couldn't have been my mother. She was an old one. She lived ages ago. Still, there is a connection. The hatch. It thought I was her. It's really strange. Somehow, Elizabeth stopped war machines from destroying the world. She couldn't save the civilization of the old ones. That was destroyed, obviously. But life, it survived. She saved life from being devoured. I need to know how Elizabeth stopped the machines. If I can find the weapon she built and use it, the Eclipse won't stand a chance. Speaking of the Eclipse, I think I had a run-in with Hades. I picked up a focus and it was like a cloud or dark swarm of something. And its voice. It's terrible. I don't know what Hades is or what it wants, but it's evil. No other way to describe it. I know where I need to go next. The Grave Horde. Sounds great, huh? Elizabeth went there to hold council with the war chiefs of her tribe, I guess you could say. Maybe the weapon she built. Maybe I can find it there. Well, from grave to Grave Horde. Here I go. I'll try to come back before long.
I've never heard that line before, and that made me very happy. From grave to Grave Horde. I feel like Tsushima, until you open up, until you get past Act 1, the map doesn't preview how big the rest of it is because of the fog of war, right? So you don't realize how big it is. Just like how in Elden Ring, you think Elden Ring is huge, and then you don't realize that you've only been in the bottom third of the map. Which I still haven't gotten past yet. I haven't activated the lift.
Oh, wow.
I have not. I need to go back to Elden Ring. I haven't played a lot of it. I've played a lot of it, but I haven't played a lot of it, if that makes sense. I've been exploring instead of doing bosses. I haven't gotten past Godric. I've gotten him down to like 1 hit left and died. But I beat Margit at level 17 on my first sit down. It was like, took like 11 hours, but I beat Margit. I was like, I'm going to beat Margit tonight. I'm going to do it. And then I did it. It was a long session. If I would have gone 5 minutes longer, my archive would have been deleted. But the stream is up. Didn't lose it. Do you play Elden Ring?
It's another one of those, like...
Yeah, I realized you don't play Soulsborne.
I just am like...
Dude,
yeah.
I want to get you in rhythm on Bloodborne. It took me 6 times. So like if you're not feeling it, like don't hurt yourself, but I think that once it clicks for you, you're going to really freaking like it.
I will say I like the combat and I like the world. So like I'm in it that far. Like
it's very immersive.
I would be willing to continue.
The story is told in a weird way, but that's actually kind of how I learned to like. It reminded me that like made me remember a way to relate to stories, if that makes sense, because it's not linear, and I just feel like a lot of media has kind of dumbed itself down, and they make everything so obvious, and so that you kind of miss a lot if you're just looking at the surface, but you can't do that in that one. Because the story's not told in a linear fashion. It's like Memento, where you get a piece here and a piece there, and you have to puzzle it together. And then you kind of have to discuss it with friends to figure it out. And I like that it creates a kind of community experience as well. Which is what I've been trying to kind of do with Horizon a little bit, with like doing these lore streams. Getting together and like looking at the story, because that's how my year started, was playing this game on Ultra Hard. My first time doing it from New Game. Because I'd done it on New Game Plus before one time, but I'm like, I'm going to do it from New Game this time. It was my 10th playthrough of the game, and I timed it so that I beat the game the night before Forbidden West came out, and then I started my Forbidden West stream the next day of my first playthrough of Forbidden West, because the one thing I wished with this game was that I had some sort of record of my first experience of it, because I didn't know going into it how important it was going to become to me. But like this game came out less than a year after I left IHOP, and probably saved my life. And I think that the story, like you've felt, maybe not that degree, but similar, of just how every little detail in this game, even the more details I notice, everything is just so personally relevant to the experience of being in that organization and that kind of stream of Christianity, so to speak, and working for a Christian parachurch organization that was also like being a mini Christian rock star experience. Like I've had people stop me to get pictures with me, and I thought they were looking for someone else, or just wanted me to take their picture. No, they're like, you play bass for Ashley Pryor, and I'm like, oh, you do know who I am. I guess that's my life now.
Right.
It was the first time that there's like your life before that happens for the first time, and then there's you're like that. And I've hung out with friends and had like people like stop them to get pictures with them too.
Yeah.
And it's just like, I just never felt like I had any privacy living in Kansas City, because I would always run into people places. Like, it's only 2 million people in like the greater Kansas City area, I think. And the actual city's 400,000. In the greater Kansas City metro area.
Oh, okay.
Phoenix's
like,
greater metro area is like 5 or 6 million, I think. But then Phoenix proper is 2 million. So, and then like Waco is 200,000 or 250,000, and like, but actual Waco proper is like 100 to 150. It's been a while since I've looked at those. I could have those wrong. But just so for like size comparisons, like Kansas City felt like a small town to me. Even though it's not. Any part of town I went to, I would always run into people. I never had to pay for coffee anywhere, because I always ended up knowing the barista, and they'd be like, oh my god, how are you? Here, you can have my comp drink. I'd be like, don't let me stop you. I just feel like so many people from IHOP wound up in the barista scene.
Yeah. That was
Anyways,
kind of like people's step, yeah.
You were telling a story, though. What happened to that?
Yes.
I started, like, I don't know how we got off
okay.
topic there.
Yeah.
I don't I ramble, and anyways, I don't know what I was saying. You should finish your story.
Yeah, so I'm trying to think of where I was. Oh, so I
started talking about
her...
new lines. That's what happened.
Yeah.
Okay, sorry.
So I started telling her, hey, since we're on the topic of things that hurt each other, you said, and I'm quoting, she said, I understand how you feel because I know you. When she said those words, immediately I went, time out. There's absolutely no way that you know me, because I barely know me. So if I barely know myself,
yes,
you can't possibly know. And she said then, I'm quoting again, she then said, well then you must just not be as in tune with yourself as I am with you.
Bro, no.
And I sat the phone down. I literally sat the phone down and I went,
that is my hard stop line. I'm like the least offendable person on this earth, except for if people start prying into having hidden knowledge of my insides. No.
Yeah. Yep. So I sat the phone down and I said out loud, Lord, stay my hands, because I'm about to cuss this bitch out. I'm so close. So instead I wrote, I'm sorry, you must just know me better than I know myself. However, if that be the case, then you would know that this thing, this misunderstanding that we're having, hurts me a great deal, because I'm trying to understand you. I'm going out of the way that I feel like I've gone to try to hear you, listen to you, and respond. But you just keep saying the same thing over and over again, which is... Dude,
just like give it to me in different words so I can triangulate the position.
Yeah. So that was last night. I didn't answer her anymore because I was too upset after what she said. This morning, I read it and I got some time to think about it, and I said, I think the biggest difference between us is that you have some type of insight that I just don't have. So instead of acting like I have that insight, I'm just going to step back, and whatever this friendship needs to be for you, you just let me know. Like, what is it you need me to do on my end to help further this friendship? And then she said, and I'm quoting, you don't have anyone else in your life. You don't have any other friends. I'm your only friend. And
Even if that was
that's
true,
when,
why would you say that to someone except for as a malicious threat? That's kind of,
exactly. Even if that
that's
was
just,
true, like, what
there's
would be your
no good that
purpose?
can come from that. And that's not
Right.
like, that's, I don't want to go into the whole like trying to prescribe about someone's, but I just, if there's a way I'm not reading that, I am sincerely asking. I'm not trying to say something about her saying that. I just can't, I want insight into what someone could mean by asking that. Because I can't think of a positive way to read it, and maybe there is one that I just
Well,
don't know of.
you and I have a very similar thought process because I asked her, "What do you mean by that?" And she said, "Well, several months ago," and this is when I should have known. Okay, she's working off of faulty information. So I just need to update her.
Yeah.
But it wouldn't even get that far because this is what she said. She said, "Several months ago, you told me how you didn't have any friends and you were just sitting at home alone and going to treatments and not speaking to anybody." And I said, "Yep, that was very true several months ago." And she said, "So if nothing has changed and I only get in touch with you every once in a while, I don't see how we could be having a misunderstanding. I'm the only one you talk to." And I said, "Okay, genuine misunderstanding. I actually have several friends that I'm quite close to now that I've reconnected with and
Boom.
connected with and talked to regularly, daily
Yeah.
actually." And she said, "Well, none of them know you like I do." And I said, "You know what? This is not going to go a place that you think it's going to go. So I'm just going to stop now.
I just,
I just don't want to speak to you anymore." And then she tried, I mean, it did hurt what she then said, but I think she wanted it to be more of a, you know how people in the Christian circle will be like, "Well, just bless your heart, you'll figure it out someday."
yeah.
That's, I think, what she meant by it. But she then said, "Well, whenever you feel like
I
you
hope
need a
that's
real
not.
friend, you can call me."
I hope it was sincere. I can do a sincere read on that. It's
I mean,
possible.
I
It
really
is
tried.
possible,
It's
but
very possible. Very
it's
possible.
like there's likeliness and then there's possibility. And I like to stay in the realm of possibility, even
Yeah,
if it's
yeah.
unlikely.
And that was my
Because it's what I
part
want people
about
to
it
do
too.
for me.
Yeah. But I did in fact have to say, you know what? I just
But
don't
that
see
would be
this
one of those
conversation
things that
going
would
anywhere.
need some clarification, at
Well,
minimum.
and and this is where I made the mistake of assuming. I assumed that her clarification was everything that she had said before. That she knows me better than I know myself. That I don't have any friends. That I don't speak to anybody. You know, the laundry
Yeah.
list that she had earlier said. So I just assumed, you know what, she's not going to give up her position, and I'm not willing to fight her for a position. I know
Yeah.
myself. I know how I feel. I know my life.
Yeah.
And to the
Yeah.
extent that I
That's,
know all these things,
yeah.
I don't owe her an explanation.
And that's the thing, like, just because someone comes at you accusing you of stuff doesn't mean you have to, like, but the thing is, like, I think someone could read that as saying, well, then the IHOP leaders don't need to. No, that's not I'm not giving an accusation to them. I'm literally sharing what I've experienced. That's testimony,
Right.
just to
And
clarify.
yeah, and that's kind of what I was trying to get at. I was trying to say, like, you haven't lived inside of the bubble that is my life, so there's no way you could understand my daily routine or just any of my daily experiences. If you would like to, I would tell them to you, but
And
for
that's
you to assume,
accusation. Saying you know someone's
yeah,
inner life is accusation. But, like,
right,
going over deeds that were done, bearing witness.
right,
Just
which
want to
is
keep that
totally
clear in
different,
there in case someone
totally
should be
different.
watching this and thinking it's like, well,
Yeah,
what about, I just, like, already ready to give an answer. Gonna answer before it's even asked.
exactly. And it's like, nope, the question still has to be posed because we don't have answers for questions that aren't posed.
I like
So
talking
yeah,
about talking.
I do too. It helps me talk better.
Yes, it's the ADHD way.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, I have to
So yeah.
verbally process with someone that can keep up with the ADHD train of thought.
Mm-hmm. I think, and this is the part I left out because I still struggle really a lot with this part of what she said. She said, I wouldn't say all of this to you if I didn't genuinely love and care about you. And the part of me that believes her is the part of me that she knows of our past. Like, we dated. She knows a person that she dated in the past. That was
Tasty.
6 years ago. So she knows a person that 6 years ago was in reality. She doesn't know the person explained.
Yeah, no, that's super real. That's a huge problem I have with people where it's like, you know a version of me, but you've been out of
Yeah.
my life for a period of years, and I'm not that person. Some of it's because literally trauma has cut off parts of me that you knew that are gone now, or growth has given new parts of me that have, like, winters have passed and spring has come. There's a different person here now that, like, I would love to introduce you to, but you got to stop having conversations with the dead person. Like, parts of me have changed. I've become a different person through literally parts of me dying, parts of me being murdered in some cases, or parts of me being laid down as mulch to give growth to new shit. Like, and I want you to experience that, but it takes time to reforge what we've lost.
So I say all that to say, like, listening is a large percentage of what's necessary in this conversation, like this context that we are talking about with our former leadership,
Yes.
but also in just life, period, in general. Because, and correct me if I'm wrong, Sierra, but like, I have enjoyed listening to you and hearing your heart and what you've been through. Not so that I can then pick it apart and try to fix you, but so that I can just be in it with you and
Yeah.
experience something that I otherwise never would have had an idea of. Just for the simple fact that you're human, you're alive, you deserve that.
Same. Back at ya.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
I don't need anything past that. Like,
Just
that's
understanding
beauty in
and
and of
being
itself.
understood, being heard and
Yeah,
hearing,
yeah.
and just
So it's like,
flowing.
man.
Like, it's like live improv, yes and.
Yes, and.
But it's conversation.
Mm-hmm.
But you have, like, it's like making music. You have to catch a lick and toss it back in a new way. And add a little something to it. I just think of all the little improv games that theater kids play. Isn't there that one where you basically catch an idea, add something to it, and toss it back?
Mm-hmm.
Which is basically what we did at our job. That's why I think, like, I practiced thinking like that in music, because I would play drums sometimes, I would lead sometimes, I would sing sometimes, I would fumble around on keys sometimes. I sometimes played drums and bass at the same time, and some other people tried to do that after hearing that. Like, Hope City was great because you could get away with that stuff. People realize that when I was doing 15 to 17 sets a week, like, most of them were Sacred Trusted at Hope City, and then I would sub every so often in the evenings. But, like, I, like, literally all my hours were playing at Hope City. I had days where I was there 10 hours a day. It was great. They fed me. So it was like, I saved a lot of money on food. I rode a shuttle down there. And I got to make music on all the instruments. And I got to get a lot of practice and play with a lot of people. Like, I played with Kevin Prosh down there. I played electric guitar with Kevin Prosh. Like,
that's so cool.
It's so random,
like,
but it's like...
It is random, but it's so cool.
It was just for a few services, but it was cool. Like, John Hendrickson was drumming.
I think the coolest thing about Hope City was that it was so...
The Wednesday food line was my favorite thing, where they gave... We would give bags of groceries out to people.
Uh-huh.
Like, and it would be good stuff. There's some brownie mix.
Yeah.
Like, it would be stuff that stores couldn't sell, but they like legally still could like give away. It was just no longer like, I don't know.
Right in the dates.
You know,
or
it was like
whatever.
this,
Yeah.
like it was food pantry stuff or donations and etc. They had routes worked out with grocers, which Hope City was cool. Like they had a rehab. They were not controlling
No,
for the most part. They were
I mean,
because they
yeah.
had like real life on their doorstep, and that's where I first started playing. And so it was just really shocking to me to then get to the actual GPR, and it was a very different experience. Like, we put community first when I was on Hope City teams, man.
Mm-hmm.
And I wish I'd stuck it out there. And I didn't have to be on staff to play down there. Like, shit, man. It's just, we also didn't have sound techs most of the time.
Right.
So you don't get like, oh, and there's no cameras. Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
Heaven
Oh, no.
forbid. Heaven forbid no
Yeah.
cameras. I
Right.
loved
We
Hope
don't want to
City.
be. Yeah, we don't want to be the viewing pleasure of what was it, 130 some odd countries.
Yeah, something.
Yeah.
But like, yeah, they fed people daily hot meals and gave away groceries once a week. And there was a sign there that said, "Don't put your socks in the microwave."
Oh my gosh, there was.
I loved that. It's just,
Don't put your socks in the microwave. I remember.
yeah, by the microwave.
By the microwave. Because I don't know that I asked somebody, but somebody was like, hey, read the sign. And I was like, oh yeah, that didn't cross my mind. Yeah, but it has to some. And I was like, really? They're like, yep. And I'm like, okay. Watch me not do that.
I think people might have done it because it gets really cold
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
below 0 Fahrenheit cold. But the thing is, some socks can have little metal filaments in them, like compression socks.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, those are.
Yeah, there's like copper compression socks and stuff. I don't know if that ever happened, but that's the first thing that comes to my mind. What am I doing? How much are these? Do I want to spend money? No, I don't have enough, and I need to save for a good outfit. This is the hardest playthrough. I love it. It's so much fun. And it makes it the longest of games. So I don't think that's how that person meant that when they said that to me, but I was already doing this, and it was just...
Look
I
out
tell you,
below.
like, someone told me, like, play the long game with people. Okay, you don't know what I'm doing, but that helps me. Thank you.
Yeah, appreciate it.
Sorry, I know it might seem like I'm being a smartass, but I'm not. I promise. That's the worst thing people say to me, is that they think I'm being a smartass when it's a sincere question. I think people think that because I'm smart, that I don't wanna, that I'm like not sincere when I ask weird questions. Like, just because I'm smart doesn't mean, like, that I know what your intention is or something. So, like, I ask a lot of questions to clarify if I've ever have a way where I can read something in multiple ways and they feel kind of evenly weighted. And it's not
Right.
being a smartass. It's like I actually really care for truth. And it's, like, heartbreaking when something I'm doing out of love and sincere concern to make sure someone knows they're heard, because of how important it is to feel heard and to actually communicate and have understanding. I'm like trying to triangulate your intent because I don't want to assume your intent.
Right.
Your intent. I have trouble
Us,
talking
yeah.
sometimes. My lips are dry. I'm gonna take a sip of a something once I get Aloy out of danger. I have like Costco Kirkland signature sports drinks. No one paid me to say that. It's just what I'm drinking for anyone who was curious. I like the orange ones the
Thanks,
best.
Costco Kirkland.
The orange one's my favorite out of
Appreciate your
the
service.
red, blue, and orange flavor come in a pack together. Orange is superior. You know what I really miss though? There used to be Gatorade lime that actually tasted limey, like a green Otter Pop, and now it does. I can't find it anywhere.
Gatorade lime. That does sound delicious.
And I don't mean the lime cucumber one, because that's got cucumberiness to it. I want just lime, like a
Yeah,
green otter pop
not
flavor.
yeah, not the cucumber. That was wild. But when it's all you have to drink.
Yeah. The orange Kirkland sport drink is almost limey. Almost limey. But it's just
Almost.
just this side of not tart enough. I want that tartness.
I like that tartness. I
Yeah.
like that.
Ooh, I like talking about talking. Like, communication is such an important topic. I don't think people realize how flexible language can be. And I think, like, because people like you and me that like wordplay, unfortunately, it means that my brain is always capable of wordplay and hinging things into alternative meanings and readings, because I do that for fun. I like to pun, right? But what it does is it means that when I'm talking to someone, I can sincerely hear multiple reads. And I don't want to read into body language.
Right.
But I've had so many people get mad at me because they were trying to communicate indirectly and I've misunderstood. Like, someone was saying busy and they thought that eventually I would realize that enough times of being told busy meant not interested. And I was just like, they're busy. They'll let me know. I'll check in with them in a few months. No, I was supposed to catch a hint. And I'm like, I'm sorry, I don't assume things like that. That would require an assumption, and I don't like people assuming things about me, so I don't want to assume. Like, that requires a massive assumption, and I thought that I was coming to a place where yes meant yes and no meant no, because we talked about living the Sermon on the Mount as priority. And so anything more is from the evil one, don't swear vows, etc. I thought busy meant busy. And so getting, like, everything I endured as a result of that, which was it was a 6+ year saga, and I got, like, harassed by a leader and accused of stuff, and I literally felt terror at some points. Because this dude came at me in a kind of a threatening way, like, I've been watching you and I can see what you're up to, and it was that same, like, accusation against my intent.
Right.
And it was just like, I don't want to go into that whole thing right now, but it was just absurd to me that it's, like, all hinged on reading into shit.
Right. Instead of, like, having the conversation.
Speaking of, let's do this Brahm Alara quest. Olara. Brahm Alara, your sister. I think I just have to fight Scrappers? I know there's Watcher corpses at one point. There's a boar's head. There's a knife.
Brom, can you hear me?
Alright, it's going to go into a cutscene now. We can resume the conversation on forgiveness and communication, etc. after the cutscene. Is that good with you? Alrighty.
That is perfect.
Do you need help?
You're the one who survived the proving. Yes, I do need help. 10 years ago, my brother was cast out. His sentence ended, but he didn't come back. His camp was empty and covered in blood.
You said your brother's camp was soaked with blood?
The Braves went looking for him, and that's what they found. All I can think about is what might have happened. Is he really dead? Or maybe just wounded? Is he suffering? Does he need help? I can't stand it not knowing.
What are you doing out here all alone?
Each day I cut a notch on the wall, so I knew Brom's sentence was over. Then I cut 3 more. But he still hadn't come back. I begged the matriarchs to send braves to find him, and all they found was a blood-soaked camp. The braves said he must be dead, but I have to know the truth. So I came out looking for him.
Why was your brother cast out?
Rom was always a little different. A little touched. One of the hunters had a cruel heart and never let him alone. I was gone but an hour, and the hunter set after him like always, but this time, Brom struck back with a rock and split the man's skull. Spirits made him do it, he said. Whispers of the forgotten. It cost him 10 years. I never should have left him alone.
What do you mean, forgotten?
All Mother curses blasphemers who won't repent, banishing them from her eternal memory. Those lost spirits are the forgotten. Brom used to say they spoke to him, told him to do things. It was such a burden for him, and there was nothing I could do to help.
I'll do what I can to find your brother.
You will? Then let me come with you. I won't be a bother. I know how to stay out of sight.
I'm faster on my own.
If that is how it must be, just find him then. Please.
It's so sad.
Did you find Brom?
I'm still looking for him.
Then don't let me keep you.
Brom deserves health care,
I'll be back as soon as I have news of Brom.
Thank
not
you.
cast out.
I can't stop worrying about him.
This makes me think all the more about how ministries like that, like, they really demonize, like, depression
It's heavy.
and stuff too, but also how it can make it harder to pick up when someone is having a mental crisis because it gets misunderstood as some spiritual attack. Like, I've seen people like practically doing, it's not an exorcism, but it like kind of, you know, like travail room stuff. Remember the travail room?
Sure do.
They had 5 guys, one dude on each limb for this guy once, like carrying him as he's like convulsing, and I was just like, what the fuck is going on here?
Right. Like, what's happening?
And they're just treating it like it's some demonic possession or something, but they're restraining this dude, one person on each limb, and I was just like, what?
Right, did no one stop to check his medical information? Or ask? Could he be having like a literal episode of some physical sort?
Yeah. I have a
That's
friend
not
who kind of,
demonic related? Like,
a friend who's like, I'm not going to tell that story here. I can't think of a way to do it that doesn't feel exploitative, so never mind.
yeah. I hear that.
It's just, I have friends that have had heartbreaking experiences, put it that way. And there was some stuff where it's like, you know, the general public doesn't know what to do when someone's having a seizure, but it's like, I've trained on that. I don't have any licenses, but I've trained on it, and it's like, I was an RA, I had to train on it for that. Then I also did EMT stuff, and then I worked in a hospital. I've had to have so many freaking trainings on it, and it's just people like act like I'm heartless because when someone's having a seizure, I ignore them when they have someone with them who is their family member who knows how to care for them. But just for the sake of dignity, like, don't gawk.
Yeah.
But also, like, dude, if someone's having a seizure, don't call it demons.
Yep.
Etc. Look at how beautiful this game is. It's such a meditation for me, especially with my pots. I can't easily go out and hike, even though I live in such a beautiful place. There's 7 different biomes in Arizona. We have a tundra. But
Like a frozen.
yeah,
tundra.
on Mount Humphreys in Flagstaff.
Huh.
It's almost a 14er. It's
Really?
the only one of the only tundras in the contiguous lower 48 states. Because of just the way the desert air is.
Uh-huh.
So it's on top of Mount Humphreys. And you know what? In Forbidden West you can see Mount Humphreys. Do you know where the 3 dead Oseram are on the shores of the lake? By Letopolis?
Yes.
Where you find the data point talking about Bryn, or the Banuk shaman drinking oil. If you look across the water, there's a mountain peak in the distance, and it's Mount Humphreys, where the tundra is in Arizona. The more you know. Because part of that lake shore, the southern shore of that lake, and the eastern half of the Hoover Dam, which is right there where that Tide Ripper is, by Letopolis, where the bridge is, that's the Mike O'Callaghan, Pat Tillman Memorial Bridge on the Vegas, Arizona, the Nevada-Arizona border. So you used to drive across the Hoover Dam to cross the state line. Because there was a scene in Fools Rush In where she gives birth on the state line on the Hoover Dam.
Whoa.
It's got, I want to say Penelope Cruz and Matthew Perry. Fools Rush In.
Very interesting.
So, trivia. Before the movie was filmed, there was no Arizona-Nevada border painted on the highway that spans the Hoover Dam. When it was added for the movie, local officials decided to keep it intact. As of September 2005, the border painted in the street is no longer there. Salma Hayek, sorry. I don't know where I got Penelope Cruz. Salma Hayek and Matthew Perry, 1997 comedy. Because I just remember that scene, and so but I've also been across the Hoover Dam, because we went to Vegas when I was a kid. We stayed at, I don't think we stayed at Circus Circus. No, did we stay? We might have stayed at Circus Circus. My dad's uncle used to live there.
Oh.
So we visited up there at a point.
Okay.
And I remember going to the Luxor. I already talked about this, didn't I?
I remember you saying
I mentioned the Luxor. Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's just, I've been using this. Did you know on those little water towers that you can see in Forbidden West, there's clocks because the time zone changes when you cross into Nevada.
It does?
Yeah, I think that's when it goes over to Pacific, because Arizona remains mountain standard all year long. But the clock needs to be there because also, only some of the year Arizona and Nevada are different. Or I guess, Pacific and mountain. Because, when Pacific goes to Pacific Daylight, then we're the same time, even though we're in mountain standard. Then when they're Pacific Standard, we're an hour apart or something like that. So we don't change when everyone else changes clocks. Except for the parts of the state that do. Which is mostly the Navajo reservation, as far as I know.
Gotcha.
Is that the right term to use?
Yeah. You would call them
people
by
still
their
prefer.
tribe.
Prefer. Well, as far as their land, reservation
Indigenous
seems
peoples.
Navajo. So you drive through that. I think I have to drive through their land to go to Gallup. So I go through Gallup to go to Kansas City. Go the beeline through Albuquerque. Do you ever listen to Weird Al?
Every once in a while, yeah.
He's got a song called Albuquerque.
He does.
And it's one of the greatest songs
how it
ever
goes
written.
right now.
Well, it
But I
goes way
do.
back when I was an itty-bitty boy living in a box under the stairs in the house half a block down the street from Jerry's bait shop. You know the place. And then he proceeds to talk about how every morning his mom would come in and feed him a big bowl of sauerkraut every single morning. It was driving me crazy. One day I looked at my dear sweet mother and I looked her in the face. I said, I hate sauerkraut!
It'd be fascinating if they weren't looking for me.
I had it memorized at one point. Now the only song of his I've got memorized is probably Amish Paradise and The Saga Begins.
Classic.
A long, long time ago, in a galaxy far away, Naboo was under an attack. And I thought me and Qui-Gon Jinn could talk the Federation into maybe cutting them a little slack. Anyway, I'm not going to do the whole thing. Unless people really want me to. I don't know if I'm allowed to. I don't know how that works. Is that Creative Commons? I'm not making money on this.
I was about to say it might be. Yeah.
It's on to me.
I don't know. Have you checked out the Straight White American Jesus podcast?
I have. I listened to 3 of them today.
Oh, you're further than me.
I was about to listen to the one with Sean.
Okay, that's the one I did listen to. Voigt? I don't know. That's how I say it. Voigt?
Yeah,
Voigt?
Voigt. And I listened to the 3 before that. And
So, where did you find the 3 before that? Because the website started on episode 3, so I didn't listen to the first ones yet.
I'm trying to think. The one... There's one that I listened to, and it just went into the next 2. Let me look.
No rush. It was so good. Like, my dad is a independent fundamental Baptist, 1611 King James onlyist, authorized version. Gail Ripplinger wanted me to go to Crown College in Tennessee where they would teach me to submit to my father. He thinks I should still obey him because even though I'm 35 and he doesn't provide any kind of financial support for me, I am his unwed daughter, therefore still under his umbrella, a la Gothards. Not my favorite thing. That is Gothard, right? That does the umbrella?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He didn't convert to that level of belief until I was a junior in high school after his dad decided to cease existing. And he inherited just shy of $2 million that then disappeared when the 2008 bubble collapsed. He lost part of it. The rest of it went to buying buildings because the Holy Spirit said, this is where I'm going to plant my church, and then selling them at a loss because the Holy Spirit changed his mind, but not providing for college or medical care. That's a whole... No, Mom had to pay her half. Well, Mom has no money because inheritance doesn't count as income.
Right.
So she's not getting child support anymore because you have no income because you stopped working and you're living off an inheritance, etc. I don't know all the details there. All I know is I couldn't get my wisdom teeth out because Mom couldn't afford half, and Dad wouldn't pay for it unless Mom paid for half. I'm like, she pays for the insurance, buddy. Like, I still need medical care, dude.
Right.
I'm not the
Still
freaking
needs to
rope in
happen.
your fight. Like, play tug of war, but get something else as a rope, please.
Right.
And it's like not her fault that he picked the fight, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
But it's just like, people, what the Let's go find Brahms Camp. It's over by where the beginning of the game is. So yeah,
I
yeah.
listened to
Yeah, sorry, back on
Christmas.
topic. ADHD, guys. This is with Adderall. That's the worst part. I took my Adderall today. I mean, I medicated myself with it for ADHD. It's legal. I'm on prescription. I'm being treated, and I shouldn't have mentioned brand name drugs.
No one lose their mind. It's all
Yeah,
good.
legally prescribed
Out of this.
treatment for a diagnosed condition I have. Anyways, sorry. As we were saying, I get paranoid about, like, because they have, like, don't mention drugs, right? Like, well, I'm not mentioning, like, doing drugs. It's medical. But then I don't want to give medical advice. I don't know. Anyways, YouTube, forgive me. I know not what I do. Back to the conversation. It's probably fine. What were we talking about?
I was gonna go over what I had listened to. I listened
Yes,
to The
that's
War
right.
on Christmas.
What was that about?
Michael Flynn. It
Oh,
was
that's the most
basically,
recent
like,
episode, wasn't it?
Yeah. Yeah. Part
Okay,
one.
so did you listen to the ones on the website just from the top down, and that Sean Foyt is the last one?
Exactly.
Okay, the numbering on the episode titles confused me a little on that. That's where I was like, I don't know which one's episode 1 or whatever. 'Cause
Me
I don't
too.
know.
It seems like they're
It's
in
I
like
feel like there's some
different-
not on the site that might be like if you go on to like Spotify or wherever podcasts are hosted. I need to find out where else they're hosted. My friend was doing it on Apple Podcasts, but I don't have an Apple phone. I don't know. Anyway, sorry, go back to...
I didn't even think to do that. That would have been much easier than going to this website.
Yeah, I just... That's
yeah.
how I found it on the computer, and it was just easier for me. And I should probably find a... I just don't use any podcast apps. I'm really bad at listening to podcasts, so... Anyways, you were saying, though, I feel like I keep interrupting you. We're just, like, piggybacking and we get on another topic.
Yeah, it happens.
Yeah.
Coming down steady.
Michael Flynn, Christmas, War on Christmas.
And then it went into Cindy Jacobs' General of Spiritual Warfare.
What? She was at the freaking thing, wasn't she?
Yeah. Which was news to me, because, like, it makes sense. Now, after listening to it, I'm like, wow. Now I get it.
Which, the dudes who run the podcast, I'm bad at names, so you'll have to look up Straight White American Jesus.
Dan and... let me look.
They're pastors, and they're like PhD professors of
Dan
like
and Brad.
theology stuff. Like, credentialed, know their shit dudes is the point. And they've done their research.
Better clear out those watchers.
Yeah, they're definitely not talking from a place of opinion. They're talking from a place of fact.
Well, they
And
have to
it's
be talking
very-
from a place of fact because they're literally like, their careers rely on them being factual people
Yeah.
because they're university professors. Like,
Oh, yeah, they're literally teaching a course.
yeah.
Okay. That's okay.
Like, it is the podcast that they're doing for their own project or whatever. I don't know. Look it up. I don't know. I haven't actually looked into that part of it that deep, aside from skimming a synopsis. Look at Brahms' camp. Like, he's not allowed to have friends, so he made his own as an outcast. So sad. It is a little...
Oh, his rabbits. Those rabbits? They look like rabbits.
A little
The
scene
screen's
here.
fuzzy, though.
Oh, is the stream quality low? It's coming through clear on
Yeah.
my end. Hey, Remy. Oh, you're gonna renew your PS Plus? Let us know when you do. It was good to see you. Sorry I missed. I was absorbed on the screen.
Yeah.
This isn't gonna stay overridden forever, so I'm just gonna take care of it.
Coming back.
All right. I think I had to anyway. Investigate Brahms camp.
Good, but no
Oh,
body.
man.
There's gotta be
It just
more
went from 144p to 720, and it's like a totally new thing.
Oh wow.
Looks like a few
Yeah.
drops of blood lead away from the camp.
That's awesome. Alright. Well, thank you, MacBook. I appreciate you. But yeah, no, it was very interesting. I'm definitely going to listen to more tomorrow at dialysis.
What was some highlights you remember hearing?
Well, honestly, really the one that perked my ears was the one about Cindy Jacobs and how
Whose knife is this?
they mass organized January
Did
6th.
someone attack Rome with it?
And
What
they
do you mean
made
by
it
that?
to where, like, basically they made it to where, like, Cindy Jacobs and other leaders that we know made it to where there was going to be a mass congregation there on January 6th.
I mean, I have Facebook
And
friends that were
in
posting from there, multiple people.
yeah, and in the process they were having, like, you know, different things that we used to do, like breakout sessions and healing rooms and deliverance ministry here and worship circles here. And he was just telling stories of, like, these people, like these leaders, they all gathered together and their whole purpose was to, quote unquote, disrupt the flow of the nation, I think was the words they used. And so it was just really interesting to hear them go like a play-by-play, like, no,
Now,
Cindy
you
was
and
there
I
January
have more
5th,
liturgical backgrounds too, and so the fact that it was January 6th,
yeah,
it just hits in a whole. I never hear anyone mention that when they bring up
yeah,
church involvement in it, and then the whole, like, if you believe in the importance of the liturgical calendar,
yeah,
it's Epiphany.
like what that means, yeah.
Did someone bring the blood to the camp?
So it just,
Which is
it
the
really,
actual, supposed actual day of the revealing of Christ.
Whoever left it
right,
must have also left it.
and that was their whole purpose. Their whole purpose was like, we're gonna show up at this massive organized riot and reveal Christ to the nations.
Did they actually, was that actually their slogan?
Not in those terms, but yes.
But basically, yeah.
Yeah, but not in those terms, because if it was, they wouldn't have been invited. Which is what made me so, like, that's what perked my ears, is like,
Well, what
they,
also
most of
intrigues
those
me about
leaders,
that is how a year prior, in 2019, a bunch of worship leaders had been invited to the White House. Like
yeah,
December 5th or something, 2019. And some of them were leaders from the organization where you and I used to work.
mm-hmm,
Or people that had been at that organization and gone to Bethel. Like Eddie James was there, Luke Hendrickson was there. If you look up andyrowell.net or something, look up pastors and worship leaders at the White House in December of 2019. And a picture will come up with a list of, like, Sean Foyth was there. He's literally reaching out, trying to touch the hem of Trump's garment. So that'll be interesting once you get to the Sean Foyth episode.
yeah, that's the next one.
Yeah, you haven't gotten there yet, but this is where it starts to get Lou Eagle and Che On and stuff. Will be on the next one. So what was the Cindy Jacobs stuff though? Like what?
She was just a mass
Like at what?
proponent for that organization.
So,
for
like,
that organized
helped.
for that
Who
to
else,
actually
like,
take place.
who else helped organize that? Because that's when you started mentioning that. That's when I was like, I wonder if this even was start of that network forming, was going back to that pastors and worship leaders congregating thing.
Yeah, no, it was all the same names that you were talking about. Like, I didn't hear all the names as they were listing them, but I just was like, man, that's so interesting that it was planned. Like, it did not seem like that's something that they would have planned. But he even talked about, no, that, like, there's video and audio footage of people being pepper bombed and them just, like, worshiping. Like, pepper bombs going off, people crying, screaming out, whatever, and then just right in the center of it is just worship. Just people just singing.
Dude.
And then somebody on a microphone just like, we will not bow to these spirits. And I was just like, what's happening? Is this real?
I saw that one where I'm just so curious because they have a new episode coming out Monday they're talking about. That
Okay.
They said it's going to be more on the new Apostolic Reformation leaders' activities in the days leading up to January 6th. So it sounds like what you're talking about with the organizing,
Uh-huh.
but on a deeper level. And it's just
Yeah,
got me so
I
freaking
really-
intrigued and concerned. And honestly a little afraid to be having this conversation, but you know what?
Yeah. I really
Gotta
want to
say
hear
that
the
I
one
tried.
you heard first. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because I think it'll make it make more sense to me. Because I still couldn't get over the fact that whole thing was an organized thing from conception to happening. Like, I can see how people would organize to go up there and to like peacefully protest or whatever, but like know that a literal riot, that it like even
You
the
know what
people
else
that made
gets
it
me?
into
Did
the
I
White
ever
House were part of.
tell you what happened at the very last staff meeting I was at in May of 2016?
I
Which
don't
was like,
believe so.
oh, I know I'm making a good decision, because they had an announcement that went on for an awkward amount of time. Now, I've heard this meeting didn't end up happening, but at this point in time, the announcement was that Mike Bickle had been invited to meet with Vladimir Putin.
Twisted. I wonder if the blood from the camp came. If Brahm did this,
Huh.
why does he want people to think he's dead? And why desecrate the shrine?
Say that one more time.
Mike Bickle, they announced, had been invited to meet with the Russian leader, Vladimir Putin. There was a Boris and Natasha weekend update type skit video that played with kind of really offensive impressions of Russian accents. There was like a weird Vladimir Putin shirtless on a horse with Mike Bickle photoshopped onto like a My Little Pony kind of thing. And I was just like, this is the fucking Twilight Zone? What is this announcement? 1. 2, why are they like going on about it in this weird comedy that doesn't even fit IHOP's normal like sense of humor, and is like, you're really making these jokes in this year? Like, are you aware what this is like? Like, this is inappropriate. Like, all I have to help me remember and be sane is like the friends that were there that I was like texting Putin gifs to. Yes, I say it gifs, deal with it.
It's chips.
Yeah, good. Like, I had the texts that I sent to a friend where I was sending him the Putin on the Ritz gif. And that's like what it keeps me sane, because I was like, that happened, right? Like, that happened, right?
Right. That was
right?
real.
Was that real? Because that was really freaking weird.
Yeah, that was real.
Because really freaking weird, man. Like, and then I read the Mueller report about how it's not like people mess with voting machines. The way they mess with the election was basically memes to Christians.
Yeah.
Like, that was the interference, was misinformation spread by like weird memes. And so that's what'll be interesting when you get to the next episode, because they talk about memes in the next episode and kind of the power of prophetic meme. And I just think about the prophetic history, and I'm like, that's real. Prophetic meme. It's like Mike's Notes. It's prophetic meme. The Song of Solomon thing. Prophetic frickin' meme. Like, and it just makes I don't know. Like, and that, you can say that without that being, like, saying it, dude, you can still believe in it if you need to.
Yeah.
Okay, but like, just recognize what's going on psychologically as well. And test everything. Test everything I say. Test yourself. Like, geez, that's like, like, I read that in the Bible. That's where I started doing that from. It's not some, like, relying on my intellect of man or whatever. It's like, dude, like, don't just believe people. And especially if they're coming to you saying that they had, like, visions where they got taken to heaven. It's just so interesting where people like get weird if you actually try to look up the dates and the rainfall and stuff when they're talking about like magical floods that got prophesied, and it's like, well, does it actually make sense? Why does the story change every time you tell it?
Right.
I feel like it's a smart thing to check that. Why is my HUD on? What happened? Am I glitching?
Oh.
what is going on.
Is this your 11th playthrough of this game?
Yeah. Why is my HUD on?
Looks like if it's Brom, he definitely knows how to handle
I'm
it.
so annoyed that my HUD is on. Oh, hey, Arrowroot. This is my 11th time. And I've played Forbidden West 3 times. I have other games. I've been using this one as kind of a mnemonic device, basically, is what's happened. And so I've been playing it a lot to help me get my story that I'm telling kind of straight with myself and remember some stuff so that I don't have to remember it all. I can use this to help store memories, which seemed appropriate given the story.
Someone will need these supplies.
It's a little weird though.
Brom was an outcast for a long time. Why take food and gear now?
What are you up to, Arrowroot? Yeah? It's your first time playing? It's a great game.
Oh, nice.
The story was very not what I expected, and I had like I had kind of guessed some of the stuff, but it was like my wildest concept I can think of guessed, and then that ended up being what happened. And I had some mixed emotions that I had to work through on some of the plot points. But it was interesting because the angle I ended up really finding myself identifying with was the new character that's introduced, played by Carrie Ann Moss. And I don't want to go into that too deeply, but basically I really empathized with that character and started like trying to read like differing views on how their story could have become what it was, if that makes sense. Without spoiling anything. I just wanted to understand that character and what could inform their actions and I wanted to find like the most and least, like what's the worst case scenario for this person and what's the most generous read for this person. Because I think it can be interesting to view the same story like through a different lens, like how the different choices you can make in this game will change the way that the story's meaning hits, like how we tossed the necklace earlier. And now all the Rost stuff hits different because Genesis made us toss the necklace, and I'm never going to let him live that down.
Yeah. I had to do it.
Everything hurts different now.
It does. Everything hurts.
Alright, cutscene.
I will. I'll kill myself. I'll kill myself before I hurt her.
We're going to get a chance to vote in a moment here.
What do you want?
I want you to step away from the edge, Brom.
No. Leave me alone. Can't you see I need time to think? How am I supposed to think when everybody is shouting at me?
Let me type this down real quick. Get a hold of yourself. Come closer so I won't have to shout. I know this is hard, but can I help? Hey Google, set timer for 1 minute 30 seconds. Go ahead and vote.
1 minute and 30 seconds. And that's starting now.
If you want to hit like and subscribe, you're welcome to do that, but you don't have to do that. I just figured if you're voting, your hand's probably on your mouse or touching the screen, so you might as well pop it on those buttons. Just help me get a little more attention on the message that me and Genesis are trying to convey through this project. But it's fine if people don't hear it too. We tried. They'll have missed the whole spirit in which we came if they don't take the time to listen. And that'll be a bummer, because we care.
Yeah. And to be totally honest, I believe that if this isn't the way that the message gets out, there will be someone with this voice that takes it to another level. Maybe,
Yeah.
I think this, for us, primarily, gets to just be healed. I mean, at
You're
least
cutting out
my
again, my
biggest hope.
buddy. But, just so you know.
Oh, goodness. Better?
No, it's got
Any
worse.
different? Oh, goodness.
Sorry.
Okay, hold on.
I just want to hear what you're saying. I can tell it's really good, but it's just on the edge of my consciousness because of, hey, Google, stop. We are evenly tied, so if someone else wants to vote and help us break the tie, you're going to be the deciding vote on Brahm's fate. Or on just the conversation, hey, Google, stop. Next vote decides.
Alright, let's see.
I see 5 watching. We got 3 votes. Someone want to help us out? Both of you can vote. We just can't get another tie. So like we can't have. Just need. What did you vote for? You don't have to say. I'm just curious
the one
now.
You think I voted for?
Yeah. I mean, yeah.
I almost.
I guess that
didn't,
means
but,
I get a. Does that mean I get a pick?
I mean, you don't have a vote. Is it because you made the?
Oh,
made the list?
yeah. I don't get a vote. I made the poll.
Oh, okay.
Plus,
Okay.
it would feel wrong because I'm leaving it up to the chat. I don't like deciding. We can just wait until someone does the deciding vote. We can just have a chat. We were having a conversation anyways.
Yeah, let's do that. I'm good
Yeah.
with waiting.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
Horizon Zero Limits.
Amen. Horizon Heroes finish.
Jeez.
So I was saying.
Someone's in a fight somewhere. There's just machine clanking noises. Yeah.
Oh, jeez.
We were talking about Carrie-Anne Moss's character. No, what were you saying though?
I hope that this, in some major way for us, gets to be healing.
Yeah.
And because, and I don't know if this is on your end, but several people from our previous organization have contacted me and apologized.
Really?
And yeah, and they
That's
are
so
people
good to hear.
It is. It really is. And I wanted to share that with you specifically today because 2 of them did it today, and I was really surprised.
Because you told me about one that was a mutual friend of ours.
Yes.
Who I've had some wonderful chats with as well.
Yeah.
It's just so good to know that there's like support in what we're doing and people that see what the heart is. Because people who come at us saying all kinds of stuff, it's been across the board. People have said, "Are you threatening me? I'm screenshotting everything just so you know." Other people have been like, what did someone say to you? They said you were crazy, right?
Yeah. They were like, "No, this is ridiculous. You're not gonna take down
gonna
this organization.
Disavow you or disaffiliate with you."
I'm gonna have to disavow was the word, and I was like,
"Oh my gosh!
Wait a minute. That's a serious separation. That means like you don't even like because we call each other family. So he's akinning it to like disowning a family member." And I'm like,
I mean, my dad disowned me, and then he was back in my life a couple years later. So not even a year later.
Right,
he did disown me. He said he disowned me and cut me off. It was like he kicked me out of the house. All my stuff got put in trash bags. Because he showed up married, and I was like, "What gives, dude? Don't do that."
Yeah, ever. Don't ever do that.
Yeah. So I got kicked out.
So yeah,
and disowned,
it has been...
And disinherited.
Which, I don't know if you want to go into it, and you totally don't have to.
Dude,
but
whatever.
When he came back, was there a sense of like, so does your word mean nothing now too? Has it always meant
nothing
now?
No, because I was already there with him.
Oh, okay. See,
Yeah, no, I
brought
literally,
it to that
I
point.
would confront him already, like, where it was just like, because everyone else in the family would kind of shrink back for the most part, and I was the most confrontational one because I was like, well, no one else is doing it. So I think that's why I kind of have this thing in life where it's like, why does everyone else get a freaking person to stand up for them, but I'm the one that's always standing up for the other people? But,
Yeah.
but
Like,
that's
why
just
do you
like
have to
been
be
what
the
my
bad
life has
one?
been, where I've had some really fucked up stuff happen to me because someone's standing up for someone else.
Mm-hmm.
At the organization we were at, that's happened.
Yeah.
When I was in freaking junior high, that happened where my youth pastor was supposed to deliver a message to me from a former teacher. And then he didn't.
What?
And then the teacher thought that I was ignoring her request because he didn't pass the message along. And it was like a whole thing. And I had no,
And
I had.
and I was about to say, so then you got in
So then when
trouble.
that happened again in a similar way, where someone at the organization sent someone else, and I was like, I thought you guys were supposed to Matthew 18. Like, this other person never came to me, but sent a white knight after me, who didn't say, hey, did you go to her? But instead came at me and started accusing me of shit. Telling me that, like, oh, I see what your intent is. And I was just like, what the fuck is going on? Because it was just repeating that past trauma,
Mm-hmm.
but on a whole new level. And I was just like, what the fuck? Why do people think I'm up to shady shit? I'm just vibing, man. Like, what the?
Yeah, you're the last person that I would look at and be like, "Oh, she's shady. Don't trust her." Like, even without knowing you while I was there, what I knew of you, the times that I am passing with you, never would have crossed my mind. Not even a glimpse. But then there's other people that, like, a
I have
mile
too
away,
much ADHD
do
to
not talk to
lie.
them. You
I
know?
tell the same
Yeah,
story
like,
over and over again, like within
yeah.
minutes of each other, because I forget if I already told you, because I have ADHD. I
Right.
am an extraordinarily honest person because I literally couldn't pay attention to lies. I have too much, like, look at my whole, that's part of what I've been posting my freaking Audible library, because it's all freaking nonfiction. I love truth
Mm,
so much that my preferred recreational reading is textbooks.
is nonfiction. That's
Like, I just like knowing things. Why would I waste
That's
space in my
so
brain
cool.
learning lies? So
I
that's
want
why
you
I
to
am
know how
so
cool
hurt
that
when
is.
people lie to me, because I love truth so much that I trust. I like, my MO is like, my outlook is nobody wakes up malicious.
Yes, I agree. You have to
Most
choose
things
that.
that seem malicious aren't knowingly malicious, but that doesn't mean there's no
Hmm.
accountability. Just like how, like,
Right.
dude, I'm willing to have the conversation if I hurt someone, but I feel like that person going behind my back when I don't know anyone, and now robbing me of my ability to know who I'm making a first impression with and who I'm not, because someone else has come to me in your name. So I know you've talked. Now I don't know who you've talked to, but I know that this dude came at me swinging with accusations about, like, I see what you're up to. I've been watching you. That's terrifying. I just gave up medical school to come here, and 2 months in, I'm getting freaking. What about, like, where was my covering? Like, where was my Matthew 18 in that? And that
Right.
person harassed me for the rest of my time there. They pulled me out of Hope City briefings to accuse me more and more and more, and said that Mike Bickle would agree with them, and Stuart Greaves would agree with them, and Misty Edwards would agree with them. And so then I'm more so like, where is my, like, how high up does this go? What did I actually do? All I did was friendly to someone. I was friendly with someone who had had me to their house 3 times. And I treated
Yeah.
them like I knew them because I'd been to their house 3 times.
Yeah.
Like, I have friends in high school who I didn't even go to their house 3 times, who were friends. Like,
Jeez.
that's a level of familiarity where I feel like, but I wasn't, because of the timing of some stuff, I would go to this one team sets because I was really sad about how broke I was and about how my dad had been abusing me over the summer for a month and spending 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 hours talking at me while all of my stuff was trapped in his barn for a month, and he threatened to get rid of all of it and had lured me into his house with promises of a restorative time of rest where nothing would be expected of me. But instead, I was very broke, and all my stuff was in his barn after graduating college in Oklahoma, Tecumseh. And he would talk at me about how awful of everything that was wrong with me. I wasn't talking to him. He was talking at me, preaching at me about all the ways I was going to fail. Everything I'd already done wrong, everything that was wrong with who I am and what I'm doing, everything, and give me lessons about the 1611 King James Bible and the Gothard stuff and blah, 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 blah. If I spoke, I would get in trouble for being a smartass, but if I was silent, I would get in trouble for being aloof. There was no way I could win, and it was terrifying. And that month ended with me going on a trip up to Kansas City for a week, doing the night watch. I would sit in the night watch, and I remember like Ruth Abadir was like playing cello. It was really beautiful, and I would weep. I have the journal where there's a tear-stained page. And I remember I was like third row, like one seat left of center or something like that, second or third row, just left of center. Sitting there weeping into my journal in the night watch. It was fasting, so I'd drink white grape juice out in the parking lot, go back in. Got back down to Oklahoma, had been on the night watch, so was really tired, 7 p.m., and his house had really poor heating and cooling. So I was in the bedroom I was staying in, trying to sleep after driving back and doing the night watch. I had just stayed up through the night watch and then driven back, and I was going to bed at 7 p.m. so I could change schedules because he was supposed to get back that weekend. He was moving to Arizona and moving me with him. He was taking his first truckload, and my stuff was going to be in the trailer. And so that was like my trip to IHOP, where I was like, I don't know if I'm ever going to get a chance to go there. And I was so sad. And he got home a couple days early and decided he wanted to pack up and start moving like that night. Still waiting on another vote. And so he gets home, and I'm like trying to sleep upstairs, and I was not wearing anything because of how hot it was in the house. And I was in a bedroom with the door shut, so it shouldn't have mattered.
Right. I
just had the fan going because it was so hot in the house and the sun was out and I was trying to sleep. And he busted into the room. I'm like 23 years old. And I had to scramble and hide behind a suitcase while he screamed at me about how lazy I was for not coming outside to help him when it was like 2 days before he was supposed to be back to load everything. And he had decided to come home early. And how like he was just gonna have everything that was mine hauled as trash, since I wasn't helping him load the trailer. So I ended up having to toss everything I could into his trailer and load everything else I could into my car. And on no sleep, I took like an hour and a half nap. And then I got in my car and I drove to Arizona, straight through. 19 hours. I listened to the song Psalm of Abraham on repeat until my iPod stopped playing and stopped working. Because I actually believed what it was saying. And I had my bass guitar was waiting for me in Arizona. I had got it for my last little bit of money. I got it. It was going to be almost $800 on Craigslist. And he was like, I have it listed on eBay. And I got it for under $600. And that was a hope that I might get a one day go and make music coming out of that abusive situation. Only to walk into the fucking frying pan into the fire. Get accused out the door. I would go to their sets because it was the most interesting music. And they were doing stuff on this Mixolydian flat six scale, singing about the beauty realm. With Alicia Powell leading. And it was the only place I could feel hope or joy. And because I would go to those sets, I got accused of following someone that was on that team, when it was me desperately clinging to hope, because the music that they were playing moved my heart, and what they were singing about gave me hope. And I got met with accusation.
So
I've been watching you. I see what you're up to. I would go in the briefing room area to get my gear because I had heard that someone donated their 6-string bass guitar to a church, and I was like, bro, you want to use my bass? And so I had to go get my gear from there, and I would go to that set because I could feel hope in that set. And after all that abuse, it was like the thing where I was like, if I get to do this, then it's like, maybe finally I can find the family of God that treats me like, maybe, because I had gone to a Christian school looking for that, and I got shunned as rumors spread about my sexuality. I had gone to a Christian university, and I got kicked out of the worship band because perceptions matter. After I had been told I wasn't allowed to process things with people because the questions I asked were sowing division. So I'd been given a gag order and then kicked off the worship team for withdrawing from community because perceptions matter. And Michael went there. He can tell you about perceptions matter at Antioch Community Church. I mean, I'm not going to make you, but just, he was there when I was there. And I played on the college worship band. I occasionally filled in on the Sunday morning band. I would play every year before World Mandate in the boiler room prayer service that they did. I played electric guitar for the women's band every year at the annual women's conference during some of the years I was there. And I would either go on electric guitar or bass guitar. And I was very, very broke in college. There was one month where it was $15 between being able to pay rent and bills and get food. And I didn't know what I was going to do. And so but the worship leader had said he would let me play drums on one of the worship sets. And so I was like, okay, but if you're going to do that, I need to know that that's actually happening, because I need to buy drumsticks, and a pair of drumsticks is like $15. And I was very broke, and so $15 was a lot of money for me. And he's like, yeah. So I went and I bought drumsticks, and then it never happened. And he thought I was making a big deal out of nothing, but it was like, bro, I don't have a lot of money, and you broke your word. I don't think it's unreasonable to be like, that's fucked, man. And it was just frustrating, because he was like, in our annual worship team meeting thing, he would be like, I don't have time to encourage every single one of you, so that's what this is about. And it would be like a 2-hour little dinner or whatever, but no personal encouragement. But he found 45 minutes to chew me out when he thought that I was disobeying him one night at this training thing for the mission trip, and I got banned from going on the mission trip. I got banned from going on a frickin' church volunteer mission trip. I got banned from going to Mexico and ministering to people. Which is funny, because when I was in high school, I would get grounded. You know what my parents would do when I got grounded? I got grounded from going to church to play bass guitar and drums. That was literally my punishment growing up. My punishment growing up was, you are not allowed to play worship at church. So it's just dude, people don't know what they're doing. People come in, and there's no honor for the people that come to serve there. You don't pay us. And I was okay with just being paid a little bit, just being paid the honest amount I signed up for, not being told I was going to get an amount and then being given less, and just being told to be okay with that. Honor your fucking word. Again and again and again and again, it just got broken. And at every freaking church, that's why people are like, you just have to forgive leadership. I'm like, bro, I've done that. This isn't my first church that things add up, man. I am so freaking sincere and wanted to be mentored, wanted to be discipled, wanted to serve. I put myself in a discipleship house, put myself in a Christian school in high school, put myself in the worship band at church, put myself in a Christian university, and then went and worked at a Christian ministry. And it was just, I was too much to pastor at every one of those places. Well, what the fuck am I supposed to do if I don't have supportive family at home. My mom's working because my dad doesn't pay child support and he's freaking abusive. I am here to be parented in the freaking church. Where is my parent? Where's my mentor? Where's someone that can help make up for what I didn't have? Help! I am drowning. Still waiting on another vote, so we're just chatting, man.
Oh, I said I would change my vote if you want to.
Oh, yeah, what do you want to change it to?
I'm gonna go with brain.
Okay, what was it?
Come closer so I won't have to shout.
So that's what it already was?
Oh no, nobody ever gave us a fourth vote. I'm just saying that's what I'll change mine to.
Oh, gotcha.
Oh, what was mine before?
Yeah.
Oh, it was get a hold of yourself.
Gotcha.
Of course.
What is Michael
she
saying?
looks the part.
Don't have any prepared story or anything. One of the things that stuck with me was outside of the church after the big training program finished. I forget what it was called. All the leaders went to the pub on Spate right next to my apartment. I went there to celebrate with them. At the time, I still had my sign, and the pub owner ejected me for having the sign. Nobody would stick up for me or go with me, so I just walked home. Wow. What the heck, man?
Are you serious?
Michael used to have a sign that he would ride around with that was just an encouragement on it.
Yeah.
I'm not shouting.
Like, it wasn't anything malicious.
You're
It
a good
wasn't
listener.
anything crazy.
So come listen to me, just as you would the others.
They say not to listen. But Alara always said, never ignore a speaker I can see. All right. I'll hear you out.
That's better. Now tell me, what's troubling you?
Spirits of the forgotten. Souls cursed by the All-Mother. Their voices never let me be. They want me to do things. Hurt people. If I go back to the Nora, they might make me hurt Alara. And I'll kill myself before I let that happen.
Do you have to listen to the spirits, Brom?
They're speaking to me right now. Oh is with me. They take care of me. Keep
Brom
me
deserved
company.
health care.
Help me. Except when they scream. Like when that hunter knocked me down. Crush his skull with the rock, they said. And I did.
Brom, you're alive. Oh,
I think we're going to have to make another choice in a
I'm
moment.
sorry I followed you, but I had to make sure he was all right.
No. Please, sister, I can't protect you.
I need no protection from you, Brom.
Hey Google, set alarm for 1 minute 30 seconds. Go ahead and give us a vote, folks. Yeah, he deserves health care, but they're in a world that don't have mental health care. It's really sad. Because clearly the old world is our world, so what happened between then and now?
Yeah, it's like they reverted, but with...
Why am I a redhead dressed in skins?
Yeah.
In Colorado.
Yeah.
And Utah. And the border of Arizona in every freaking game, but never actually going into the state. Don't get me freaking started on it.
What's really wild to me is like... So this is kind of a commentary on if the world were left up to its own devices and like basically destroyed, it would revert back to like a twist or a play on like the origins of man and some type of primitive.
Well, they looked into that kind of stuff. They looked into like what's cool about this game is it was made by learning. Hey Google, stop.
Okay.
Everyone got your votes in? Thank you for voting. We're going with Can You Help Him? Thank you, guys. Deciding fates.
He fears these spirits that he hears will turn him against you. Unless your voice can quiet them?
Yes, just as it was before. He only ever hurt someone once, and it was provoked.
I don't want to hurt you, but the Forgotten, their whispers, they fill my head with screams.
I forgot there was another choice. Alright. You guys get to decide his fate. Or her fate. Hey Google, set timer for 1 minute 30 seconds.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
It's just so sad. This game is so sad.
Yeah.
But it's so beautiful. Like, it's like important. I don't know, there's just like, I know multiple people that just like, I've just never resonated with any story or character like this. And people kind of make fun of me for that. But dude, it's like, this game.
No, this is a real human.
It touches something. It touches something.
This game is.
It's very
deeply
sweet
rooted in
and
humanity.
moving.
Yeah.
And there's like love in it. You can feel love in it. Like, and there's an interview with John Gonzalez, who wrote the majority of the story, and also conceptualized a lot of the main characters in Forbidden West and a lot of the major plot points. He's one of the writers that did Shadow of Mordor or Shadow of War, one or the other, I forget, but he also did Fallout New Vegas. He was on that team with Obsidian.
Wow. Okay.
And so Guerrilla Games had not done an RPG before, or an open world before, so they wanted to bring some people in with open world experience. So one of the people they brought in was John Gonzalez. And I'm pretty sure there's an interview somewhere I read where it's like, basically would say he did like 90% of the main story. Hey Google, stop. All right, we're going with He Needs You. And in this interview, he basically says, oh, let's do the cutscene.
Brahm isn't ready to return to the Nora, but I don't think he'll hurt you, Alara.
There's a place where I can stay. A cave on All Mother Mountain.
Yep, Shadow of Mordor, Fallout New Vegas.
So long as I'm strong.
You will be, Brahm. I'll help you. Thank you, Aloy. I'll take care of him now. May you walk in All Mother's eternal memory, and may the Forgotten leave you be.
So in the interview, he basically describes the time working at Guerrilla as just being like around an extraordinarily ambitious people, but not from like a conceited place, but just this deep desire to make something beautiful. And I feel like you can feel that in it. Like, I just like being in this world because it's beautiful. The story's beautiful. Like, they love the planet and they love humans, and everyone there, you can tell that the people who work there like are invested in and feel it, which I just think of like the Netherlands is like one of the happiest places on earth from polling, and it's a very free city. It's a very open city. The culture there, a lot of people just their windows are street level and wide open. And that's where, going back to the Polder model, where every voice matters. I mean, obviously, like, humans are human everywhere, but, like, if you look at interviews with, I'm going to butcher pronouncing this, Matthias de Jonge, who's one of the studio higher-ups, he talks about, like, just their feedback when they are working out stuff and tweaking stuff, and it's just, there's just interesting management stuff where they use like sliders for feedback instead of like a hard pull, and just like the level of expression that gives for people to kind of, I don't know, communicate, and for them to have that kind of feedback is just, it's a little detail, but it's, for me, it's just like I feel like you can just do a little more when it's like a 100-point scale instead of a 6-point scale. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I don't know.
You
There's
have more freedom and leeway.
room for nuance. I don't know.
Yeah.
But it just, even the way the whole concept came about is like anyone was allowed to give a presentation for concept. They had the gameplay general idea, but anyone was allowed to actually come up with a concept for the story. Like their hierarchy is level, and that just goes back to that kind of Polder model. They've never had a majority government. I don't know. I just have fallen in love with the Netherlands. They're freaking cool. Learning is fun.
Yeah, it's interesting. The way you fell in love with this series is how I fell in love with Ghost of Tsushima. But I've been in love with Japanese culture like most of my life. But the way that it was done, it spoke to like a deep part of me that's
I can see that, because that game feels like this game in a lot of ways. It's just if you went more melee heavy and Japanese culture looking backwards with a fantastic story made up into the middle of it.
Yeah, I mean,
where
the similarities are really like apparent. Like Aloy has to like go on her own on this wild journey. Jin gets thrust into this wild journey from, like, he lost his whole family. Aloy lost her whole family. Like, I mean, the similarities are so apparent, but... And I know that's just one, but, you know, like, there's so much in it. It's just...
Also just gameplay stuff where it's like...
I mean,
design,
like,
which could just be PlayStation's, because it's both, like, PlayStation characters and properties. But, yeah. I don't know. I feel like I'm like, some people are probably going to think I'm a crazy person for a lot of the shit I say on here, but bro, it's the cult stream. What did you expect? You can't say anything to me that no one said before. It's the, don't be a Ted Faro and hide who you've been. We'll get to Ted Faro, though. We've met him. We met him at Maker's End, but we haven't got to really get to the grit of it yet. I'm still trying to get potions. I'm so broke. Why is my HUD not going away? I'm so annoyed. I might need to save it and like go back to the title screen and then pull the game back up just to let it like remember who it is. So annoyed. Go away, HUD. Did it go away before and I'm just being picky and not patient?
I would rather you be picky.
Okay, I'm gonna hit the fire. I'm gonna close it and reload it. I think if I go to the title screen and then reload it, it doesn't mess it up. It's PS5, so it's not a very long load. So PS4 Pro. I got a VR, not the VR2 though. I haven't ordered a VR2 because I barely use my PSVR. The only times I did use it, I streamed it. And so I think I might have taken it private. But I went like an hour and a half one night, and then I went an hour and a half the next night. I didn't know about VRC legs. Like, in hindsight, it's logical and it makes sense. Okay, the HUD is still there, so I don't know what's going on. And maybe it'll go away. Maybe I just accidentally entered a thing. Did it go away before? Now I'm like questioning reality. I could just rewind and check.
It wasn't there for a while, and then...
It just makes me wonder about the PS5 itself. Like, maybe I need to like check for an update on the hardware. I mean the whatever. I feel like I have it set up to do that automatically, but maybe I just need to restart it or something. I feel like the controllers were doing weird things for me when I was playing Ghost of Tsushima the other day. Which has me like, maybe the controller's glitching. Because also earlier tonight, I dropped frames and it like lagged for a second. Like really bad, like worse than I've ever seen it do. like stutter. Well, I get a reticle, whatever it's pronounced like, for a little bit, at least. So that's nice. I'm living it up. Gosh, what am I doing? I have, like, no potions. But I did a quest, so at least I did something. I need more meat. This is so annoying. I need to go to the Frozen Wilds. Well, I have enough to do a fast travel pack. So at least there's that. Should I go hunt goats? Well, I feel like the goats are harder to kill. Plus they get beat up more up north. But if I find blue gleam, then I can get a better bow. I don't know what to do. Oh, I mean, I'm playing this on the hardest mode. If you can play it down to story mode, at story mode, like, my mom got through the proving. I have it on the absolute hardest setting, and then I made it harder by taking away my HUD and using no skill points. So there's a lot of stuff like stronger strike, like my spear's gonna be weaker. I can't double or triple notch arrows. Notch. Dude, I used to do archery. I should know that word. What skills have you gotten in life? Like Napoleon Dynamite type skills, like how I took nunchuck lessons when I was a kid. I literally took nunchuck lessons when I was a kid. Literally took nunchuck lessons.
Awesome.
Not for a very long time, but for a very real, actual thing that happened time.
Yeah. What skills do I have? This may or may not be a skill, but I learned how to say things in multiple ways and still mean the same exact thing.
I mean, that's kind of a one we've been playing around with.
Yeah, and I learned.
But it's the reverse of puns and like rapping or whatever, freestyling.
Yeah,
it's reverse because it's saying.
Reverse.
So, want to demonstrate and explain that? Because I want to make sure I'm understanding. See, that's demonstrating what we were talking about before too, right? It's not, yeah. I understand. It's, can you help me make sure I understand? Can you help me understand?
How would I even?
Because I think I get what you're saying, but I want to be sure. I like to triangulate.
Okay, I'll just do it.
Because it's kind of, yeah, exactly, just a demonstration. Boom, goes the horsey.
So it'd be like, I walk through the fire, but my toes stay unburned. You look at this book, but you still stay unlearned. Deep inside your soul, you could never be unturned. If pages was your life, then you'd still be unserved. By the way that you live, and by the things that you give, the selfishness that you bring, the hatred that you sieve, stab it into my heart. I won't bleed out for you. I'ma give all my life, just so you could see me come through on the other side. So, yeah, like how, okay. So to break that down, sounds obvious, like I'm talking about going through a hard thing in life with somebody.
Yeah.
I'm actually talking about the physical thing of like walking across coals, because I did that at one point in time.
But it sounds like imagery because you just had a freaking crazy life.
Exactly.
I get that. Yeah. There's sometimes people look at me, they're like, what are you trying to get at? I'm like, no, like I literally did that. That
happened.
That happened? I'm not making it up. I'm not trying to brag. I just
I literally walk.
I don't know, man. I wind up in situations.
Yeah.
But then also, it's like people take me serious on the jokes and joke on the serious.
Which can be...
It's got its merits, it's got its, like,
Yeah.
usefulness, but also it's like, y'all.
Yeah, it's like, come on, guys, it's not that hard. Don't think about it too much.
Like, people think I'm vague booking when I'm really just talking about something that happened.
Yeah.
Or I am vague booking, but it's to someone else, but it's not in the way that people think.
Right.
Like, so, but you were gonna explain more, but I think I am following you, but I want to make sure that you feel followed too, and just get to explain yourself.
Yeah, no, exactly that. And like, I love painting pictures and weaving together words that say one thing at face value, but mean a whole different thing when you
And
think
yet,
about
it's
it,
literally true.
and it's all actual facts.
Like, it seems like you're being cryptic, but it's like, no, it's just literally, like, it's all literal readings. You just have to slow down and stop. There's this dude that gave a lecture, he's like this Harvard guy, and he was talking about tropes that we generate in our brains.
I want to learn more about tropes, because I don't know that my brain
Like, sometimes
really
people think I'm
understands.
being, like, insincere or something, which, like, I just have a different trope in my brain when I'm using this thing. You're interpreting it one way because of how you would define some of the words that make up the sentence, and there's nothing I can do to shift your perspective if that's what you're hearing from me. You have to be open, and that's why I try to ask questions to triangulate, because I'm searching for all the ways I can hear you. And if I'm tracking and something's going in a direction I didn't anticipate, then, especially because of my ADHD, I have to do that to pay attention. I have to make sure I'm really, really tuning into what someone's saying. And it's a fight. Like, it is a fight to track. And so that's why I track so closely and I'm so attentive, and I end up remembering so much, and people feel like over observed because of that, I think, sometimes, because I also have a really good memory.
So they kind of feel like
because I like, well, because it seems like I'm prying, or I don't know. I've been told various things where people think I'm just like being intentionally ignorant, or I don't always get a clear answer, but people get very frustrated with some of the questions I ask, or how much I'll harp on a point when I'm just literally like, I can't reconcile things that seem to be conflicting, and it's making my brain feel like there's something like electric in it. It physically hurts, and I need clarity, because when I have unclarity, that's how much my like love for truth is not a thing that's just for fun or integrity. I'm not that great of a person, but like there's this like electric brain cannot reconcile these two truths help thing that happens in my head, where I'm just like, I just really want to make sure I understand this, because once it's filed away, it gets pretty permanent in my head. So I like to make sure that what I'm filing away is based in like a correct understanding of reality, so I don't start building a world that's not real in my brain, because what goes in my head stays there very, very vividly. That's why I don't like being lied to. And I don't like being accused, because that will ring out. I relive it. It's like I'm in constant PTSD mode. So that's why it like extra sucks that like Chip and Joanna Gaines got really famous, because I went to the hardware store across the street. There's Magnolia advert in the front. I went to work at the hospital. It's on at the freaking hospital room. I go to the gym. It's on at the gym. I go to the freaking grocery store. It's on People magazine. Like, I can't get away from this place where I got kicked off the goddamn worship team, told perceptions matter, and then Fixer Upper becomes a huge thing. And I'm just like, yep. I guess they do.
Yeah, they have to. Jeez.
Freaking, like, I can't go anywhere without having something just make, and I have a really good memory, so, like, I don't know if you're, you have ADHD diagnosed?
Not diagnosed, but I could see it being a very real thing.
People that get along with me tend to. But, like, for me, there's this way where my memory is associative, and it's very strong memory. So when something makes me remember something, it's like, you know how you go to the Wikipedia and there's all the cross-linked Wikipedia pages when you load one? It's like, and there's a way that some web pages preload the next things up the link as you're loading the web page so that it's quicker to navigate. I think. And so it's like my brain does that, but then it does it like the next several layers of Wikipedia pages deep. So it's like my brain's constantly putting out like a tree of thoughts down possible pathways every meaning can take at all times. And there's like, because ADHD time is like you're in like 14 places at once. Like the movie Everything Everywhere All at Once was like what it's like to live with a brain that's as ADHD as mine.
So you literally see all of those pathways at once.
Yeah, that's what made me really good at like doing inversions and getting us onto different chord changes subtly, because I saw this whole tree branching out. And I have friends that are like that. And that's how I helped figure out and get diagnosed with ADHD and probably autism. That's harder to get people to have a conversation because specialists think that empathy means that you're not autistic. And I'm like, that's not how it works. Because the timeline on it's hard to find a specialist that's an adult, because it just gets missed in adults and especially women. It's a whole thing. But anyways, the ADHD part definitely. And I have friends who think and talk just like me who are diagnosed with autism. It's just really expensive to get tested in the first place, and you don't really get any benefits out of it. So, but the point is neurodivergence, whatever. My brain is a lot like Everything Everywhere All at Once, where it's just like, you know how there's the universe map. I literally, before seeing that movie, before knowing what it was about, I tried to explain my brain's pathways to someone by drawing, it wasn't a tree, it was a sphere, like a circle with branches going out in circular directions to hubs and then pivoting off of that in branches in more of a star map of connections, just like in the little device where the universe jump, of associative connections, where so like the whole like Rakakuni stuff, where it's like, but that's how like the ADHD juxtaposition of punnery comes along, where you make the weird associative connections. And that's part of why I like listening to audiobooks while playing this video game over and over, because I can integrate things into the story and remember things better. It's like a living mnemonic device. I don't know how to pronounce that word, so I always say it weird. Living mnemonic device.
You know,
of associative thoughts map.
I think I do have a very similar brain to yours.
Well, because that's how the whole game that we play works. The word game. It's literally just bouncing thought. Yeah.
In fact, it's so crazy.
It's why I was so good at like picking up where a song should go, because I have a whole library of songs, and it's like what pings the most options. And it's like, you know how in a digital art program your layers are stacked, like in animation cells where it's a bunch of see-through frames.
Yeah.
Each doing their own thing at their own rate.
Uh-huh.
And so it's about, you see where the overlaps are. And that's why I like to think about playing bass guitar in shapes rather than note names. Give me numbers and shapes. Like a major chord is shaped a certain way because all the harmonic relationships between the strings on the bass are the same. So it doesn't, like, I preferred its tuning on a 6-string bass to a 6-string guitar because the shapes are prettier, because it didn't change at the B string. Because the electric guitar standard tuning is EADG BE.
Yeah.
But on the bass guitar standard tuning for a 6-string bass, depending if you go high C or whatever, well, that's more if you're on a 5-string. But 6-string bass, I tuned mine all along the circle of fifths, so it's B, E, A, D, G, C. And so all the numerical relationships, it doesn't matter if we transpose a song, but it's like, I'd prefer to get a song in numbers, because then it doesn't matter what key I'm in. I just have to think about the tonal relationships. And so it's like, I always know jumping an octave is like going up 1 string and 7 frets over.
1 string, yeah.
And 7 frets over. And so if I want to go to the 3rd fret, up a string up to the 10th fret to do that octave slide. But then because you're going to get totally different things each, depending on where on the fretboard and on what string you're voicing a note. So you're going to get a different impact and effect and timbre and like tonality, because each string has got a different profile to it. And on my bass, it stood out even more because I had a 2-tech bridge. So every string sat on an independent piece of steel. And so they wouldn't cross talk with each other as much tonally. So the vibrations in the bass were instead of being pushed into the same body, each string the vibration in the body of the guitar is not impacting or dampening or whatever each string. And it helps them each sustain longer. Because it's not losing its vibrations into the body in the same manner or something like that.
Right.
And they're not like interfering with one another and causing them to like dampen or like, yeah, longer sustain is the point. Then it was like a through neck, maple neck, koa wings, ebony fretboard. Beautiful bass. I lost my train of thought there with these striders. Was I talking about seeing the shapes on the fretboard? Mm-hmm. But it's like, it was all visual. So when I'm listening to a song to try and figure out the tonal relationships, I see the relationships as though it's laid out on a bass fretboard, because that's my like memory device for tonal relationships. It's a visual experience on a little 3D space in my head. Don't know.
So,
that's my brain for you.
No,
I prefer that to notes on a staff.
Yeah.
But
so
it's almost like playing Guitar Hero.
Yeah, I was gonna say. So the way you just explained it is the way my brother explains how he plays guitar.
I need to meet your brother sometime. I need to just talk to him because it's probably the same freaking shit. It's like Tetris.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how he looks
It's literally like Tetris, because it's just tonal relationships that form certain shapes on certain parts of the freaking fretboard. I don't need to lean in all your modal stuff, just like, okay, I changed this 1 over 1. Done. And that's why I like that my fretboard, I don't have any markings on it, so everything just stays black blocks. Mm-hmm. And so it's literally just the shapes. And I don't have to think about what I'm playing, I'm playing a weird Tetris. I'm drawing a picture with my fingers that has a tonal equivalent, but it's a visual game in my head.
Yeah.
And so it's like I'm playing a video game, which is why I'm saying this whole thing I'm doing is, why is this any different than me playing bass in a prayer room if I'm still doing skilled stuff with my fingers that I'm just thinking through a visual thing in my head.
Yeah, you have all the basics. You know what all the buttons do. You know what sound they make. And you just put them in the order that you want to put them in.
Like, this takes the same kind of presence of mind and anticipatory thought as playing bass. And if doing that and not actually speaking anything was part of the prayer process, why can't, like, for the people, if it just as a thing of people that want to say this is crazy, like what they were like, what is playing a freaking video game is a waste of time. How can you ask them to do that? I'm like, how is this different from the prayer room? Yeah. We're having a conversation. We're antiphonalizing. We're even quoting scripture at one another. People just can't hear the paraphrase that we're doing that's on them. Just because we're not introducing a passage and following your harp and bowl model doesn't mean it can't be a prayer room. It's a casa de oración, like what oration. Think about the root words there. John Thurlow says it's just a conversation. Well, Christ in me and Christ in you having a conversation, and we're in agreement, and God is there, right? When two or more are in agreement. So I'm not saying this is a religious service for people that just want to watch me stream a video game, but I'm also saying it's not for people that want to say that what I'm doing is like disrespectful to even ask like IHOP leaders to invest in, because it's no different from what they ask me to invest in, and they go and they visit other prayer rooms all the time. So, like, listen to this one, because we're just having a conversation asking for justice every day at evening as day fades into night. I cry for justice every single day, night and day, asking for justice. Even an unjust judge will eventually grant justice. Are you less than an unjust judge? Like, we're coming as family members to leaders that, like, I have people that will stand and say, I am your witness to to your Matthew 18 step 2. Like, they were there, they saw it, and they've seen that what happened based on what they understand of my story. I was not heard. Step 3 is before the church, and who's the church? Well, I think it's everyone. Especially because it was a public ministry. And I think this is a fair way to come to them. I've had friends that have come and say, like, you know, remember to be merciful. Like, I'm like, dude, I am.
This is mercy.
Because I'm not coming as an accusation against your hearts. I think you guys really did mean well.
Yeah.
I think that's the problem that keeps you guys from seeing how much abuse you've actually caused against people. Because, like, things like, it's legitimately abuse to say, well, when you said no, I thought you were joking. Like, every no should be taken seriously in every context. My therapist says the core of all abuse is when someone dominates another person, and no, at any level.
Yep.
And that's why we're coming with an invitation, not a demand, but it is an invitation to metanoia. To weep between porch and altar, and to alter your perspective, which is a changing of the mind. That's all we're asking for, because the kingdom is here. It's at hand, and it's suffering violence, and the violence are trying to take it by force. And we're asking you to consider what violence is, if not joining in with a spirit of accusation against us.
Yeah. Because
last I checked, say Raqqa is murder. And I was met with accusation as soon as I freaking got there. Being told I was being watched. And it caused me terror for 6+ years. And things just went downhill from that, with people breaking their word. That's not an accusation, that's a testimony of what happened. I'm not saying that person was mean or evil in their intent. They weren't. I'm not trying to say what was in their heart. I'm just saying what happened.
Yeah.
They lied to me. And it had an impact on my life. They accused me and said they were watching me and said that leaders would agree with them. They pulled me out of briefings with my community at Hope City so that they could send accusation into me in the name of leaders that I don't think they were actually in on it. But you know what? That person was doing that in your name. Don't you want to have a little chat with them? They're still serving there. And that's just the things I'm going to say on this stream. There's some things I can't say on this stream where that person crossed some freaking lines with people. But I'm just going to say what they did with me, because that's for those other people to say. But I've told Genesis the story about the house keys. You don't remember? I mean, we can talk off stream.
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, I haven't said much, because it's not my story to tell, but there's some stuff where it's like, when you cross certain lines, it kind of becomes a thing of, like, concern for security of... Anyways, this game is beautiful. I wish that my HUD wasn't glitching, so it could be more beautiful. I think we hit a boundary there. For me, at least. I don't want to go too far down that road, because that's not what this is about. But it is, like, things I endured, and it's really hard to talk about. Because it's like, dude, like, there's a line I don't want to cross, but there was a line that you should never have crossed. And now I'm in this position of trying to, like, dude, there's a real impact on my life and on the lives of others. Like, a real impact that's not in a place that, like... I don't think you're aware of what was stolen from us.
Right.
Or of the cost that we've paid for you guys to be rolling around playing minister. Like, dude, to those who have, more is given. Yeah, I get the meaning of that now. And they want to say revival is family. Like, bro.
Yeah, that phrase.
It's just, yeah, what mob family?
Yeah, like, they clearly don't know the terminology of the word revival or family. Because...
And I love the people who sang that song, but guys, it becomes an indictment. And even to the ones I love and who I would say, like, I would never wish a paper cut on you, much less a broken heart. But, like, it just hurt when that one came out. And Let Us Worship also hurt, because it's just like, yeah. Right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Like, okay, you first. Dude, and especially as a person, like, one, dealing with chronic health stuff, with, like, a weakened body that's more at risk, and as a person who was a healthcare worker who volunteered on my off hours to be a freaking reviewer of safety events, who was like, I cared passionately about infection control and just culture. And I literally I would volunteer to learn in autopsies because I wanted to be a pathologist when I was pre-med, and I was still looking at maybe going to pathology assistant school, so they would let me get some volunteer observation hours on autopsies. So I learned a lot about pathology, and then people are talking about death reports, and I'm like, you don't understand like how pathology reports work. You're just misinformed. They're talking about people like changing cause, and like there's cause, manner, mechanism. Like, it's a story told over time. You can't just look at one part of it and say, oh my god, they changed it. You just didn't understand what was being communicated to you.
Right.
Like, there's a way that's done. But then also, like, I cared about hospital safety and hospital-acquired infections and medical error. And so, like, people trying to speak into that, I'm like, you don't understand what you do and don't understand about that. And about hospital supply rooms. I was on lean projects, working on PPE supply. Like, I learned about this shit through weird manners, but I learned about a lot of it. I was in a 9-month course on hospital safety that was interdisciplinary with like MDs, DOs, PAs, NPs, like, and me. Like, most of the other people that volunteered to go there were like RN and above, and I was just a pharmacy tech, but it was free learning from like people from like Stanford University that they flew in to talk about the leading research on hospital safety and stuff. And then like this whole pandemic breaks out and people are just like wanting to do their own thing, and I'm like, well, one, like, what about the disabled who still can't leave their homes safely?
Right.
Like, they just want to be able to shop, and they can't risk getting the bad flu. Like, they feel so abandoned.
Yeah.
What's up, Neil? I'm not doing that right now. I need to get potions. But then churches, like, want to do Let Us Worship. I'm like, one, like, I've been kicked off of worship teams and then told I'm not even allowed to volunteer because I'm not a 50-hour-a-week staff member, as though I was never even one of you. Like...
Right, just forgotten.
But other people get to because they're, like, more well-known because... What? But then you guys have people that aren't staff anymore come play one thing because they're more famous or better, more skilled musicians than the person that's been serving your team all year. Like, where's the freaking honor? It's all brand. For Jesus. It's so gross. Like, dude, like, the leaders in Timothy are, if you can't take of your own family, then you're disqualified from leadership. So if they want to get all petty over queer verses that are of, like, disputed origin of translation, if you actually trace, like, I'm just saying the dispute itself makes it... You guys won't do the same scrutiny on divorce, it just makes it petty. You gotta either be all or none, but you guys have divorced and remarried people. But because that's culturally acceptable, you've been okay with it, but you won't do the same even though queerness is culturally acceptable. Like, what the... Get consistent. Just, if you're gonna do it, go all in. And I hope that's not the angle you go, because then you're gonna have to let go of a lot of your own selves, like, and that's not the route I want you to take. But it's just like, dude, just at least be consistent. It's so dumb. Just take a step back and look at from the outside. Scrutinize for a second. It's so frustrating. Anyway, I'm all over the place. This is I'm medicated ADHD. That's how bad that is. So, like, my brain wants to run in all 27 of those directions down the Wikipedia chains, and I start going between them, is what happens.
Yeah.
Yeah. But also because I'm concentrating on the game. That's part of the reason I have the game, because then I can't go too deeply emotionally in any direction, and I don't end up saying stuff that I shouldn't say. Is that working so far?
It is. It's like a stopgap for you.
It keeps me at a
focused.
level of surface because I'm playing a hard enough difficulty that I have to pause, and I will lose my train of thought, and then I won't be able to wander as far down it as I could. And that's where I'm like, dude, that's part of the mercy, because this stuff needs said, and I need to be able to meander because I have freaking ADHD, and that my brain, it's really hard to talk about these topics because of how freaking gaslit I was.
Yeah.
So it's like helpful to have it as a slow conversation, but that demands patience. But you know what? I was reading this thing earlier today called The Freaking Prophetic History of International House of Prayer, Kansas City, from a man named Mike Bickle, who started International House of Prayer, Kansas City. You don't have to believe in it to read it and say you believe this, so let's see if you're living it. That's the cool thing about stuff like that. People who do believe it better take it seriously. And I don't have to comment on whether I do or don't believe it to say that. Just know that they believe it, and that's why they reread it every year and remember it and tell the story every September. So in 2019, page session 3 and 4 of Mike Bickle Notes talks about how 3 times during an encounter, Mike says, where he had met the Lord in a vision, that he's not going to say if it was something in his body or out of body. He just had a thing where there was chariots, and he went somewhere and he had some conversations, and God says to him, "A young man, if you are impatient, you will cause much harm and much turmoil to many peoples." Not exact wording, I'm not sure. That's based on my memory, but I think I'm pretty close to the exact wording. Harm and turmoil to many peoples if you're impatient is the gist of it, though. And he was told that 3 times, and he's like, why am I being rebuked? What did I do? I'm like, bro, that's not a rebuke, it's a warning. He's like, okay, I'll get to that later. Okay, yeah, I got you. I'll do it. And I just think that's the whole, I understand. And like, well, you said you understand, man. You said you're going to process it later, let it sink in later. Like, bro, like, look around at the harm. You think you've heard of it. Like, you have an appeals process where people have to come to you, but when I see you Sermon on the Mount lifestyle, and don't have to say if I believe or don't believe the Bible to say that people who say they do should be held to its standards, especially if they're preaching it as one of their core messages. Sermon on the Mount lifestyle, one of your main teachings. In the Sermon on the Mount I've read, when I read the words of Jesus, he says, you leave your offering. Before you go to give your offering and your worship to God, you leave and find the people who you've hurt and reconcile with them and make things right before you're going to give your worship to God. And God talks about stopping up his ears to songs for people who are not living in a way that is worshipful to him. And I just think that matters, because he talks about leaving the 99 to go after the one. You guys even sing about stuff like that. But then when we try to bring things up to you out of love, like everything I brought up on staff was because I wanted to be there, and they were making it impossible. And I was just like, dude, like, how is me or anyone going to be able to do this if this is how you run things? Like, I came here to serve you, and you're making it freaking impossible, and then you're wondering, well, there's no bassist on the Night Watch. Well, I got an idea why that might be. Signed bass guitarist, drummer, sound engineer, camera operator, director, broadcast and front of house, and can fiddle on guitar as well if you really need it, and could sing if you guys would let me, but they actually failed me in my audition. I sang at Carnegie Hall Isaac Stern Auditorium as part of a select ensemble choir, but not the GPR. I did lead at Hope City, though. I sang in lead. Yeah, on occasion. I've led some sets. Actually, Immerse came into one of my sets, and I led Worship for Immerse at Hope City. I didn't know they were coming, and suddenly the room was full of like 60 people or something. It was like, okay, well, I guess I'm doing this. Neat. I think we did Draw Me Away. And then I wound up on Ashley's team. It's funny.
Wow.
I might have already been on her team. That might have been why I did it. Yeah, I did the My Soul Longs For You, Lord, in Dry and Weary. Da, 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 da. Come take your place. I'm rambling. I'm sorry, man. Freaking,
No,
it's the Adderall's
I
wearing
enjoy
off.
I learned.
I feel like it's a relevant conversation, though.
Yeah.
I'm so annoyed that my reticule is back. I feel like I'm cheating. Oh no! I came to get potion ingredients, not to get 2 sawtooths. I forgot that I was outside of the embrace. If I can get it on fire, then I'm good on that one, but there's still the second one. Maybe this is the one I haven't lit on fire yet. There we go. Where's your buddy? There should be one more Watcher and one more Sawtooth. Sorry. Got into a little bit of a situation.
Calm.
Well, there you are. So much easier when you can see the center of the screen. It's consistent. My eyes aren't. How are you doing over there, Genesis? You playing Cyberpunk?
I am progressing through the story nicely.
Helpful.
How many hours is it to platinum? Can you do it in one playthrough?
No, I think it takes at least 2.
Okay. That always frustrates me.
Yeah, the platinum's not story-based, thankfully, but it is. There's a lot of things you can
Build
miss
and stuff?
inadvertently.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
So, like, even with a guide, like, I don't think that's a game I would want to guide on a first playthrough, but, like, even if you had it, it would still take 2 playthroughs because of certain, like, you pick one choice, pick opposite choice things.
It's that, and then it's, like, whole paths. Like, you can actually like, start a path that cuts a
Mass
path
Effect-y.
in half or off. Yeah, Mass Effect.
Although Mass Effect, I think I platinumed those ones in one go. Except for one of the ones with getting something to level 10. So I didn't platinum... I eventually did Mass Effect 3, but it had to do a second playthrough to get the gun to level 10.
Right. I think...
I didn't do the Legendary Edition, like, there's the 3-pack trophy pack, and then there's each games. So I didn't platinum the, like, overarching Legendary Edition thing, because I didn't want to do Insanity and all that.
Yeah. That's
But
wild.
I did each of the individual Mass Effect games when the Legendary Edition came out, with the remaster on PlayStation 4.
Yeah, and see, I had platinumed on Xbox, the original trilogy. So when the
I had all 3 of them, but I only ever finished
came out,
the
I
second.
was like, oh man, let me...
So you got the Legendary? Yeah.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, no, it's...
The
I just...
second one was the best.
It was the first one I was introduced to, and I learned a lot about myself when my strip psychologist started flirting with me. I didn't think, when I said I'd catch you, I didn't think that meant I was flirting. And then they started saying stuff, and I was like, wait a second. There's a girl hitting on me. I like that.
Right.
Oh no. Is that going to freak people out?
Right.
How dare I?
Oh no.
People are funny. Am I allowed to say that in my IHOPKC? Yes. That's part of the actual message. Peter with stuff on a, like, frickin' blanket. There's this story that I would butcher if I tried to retell, but some Twitter rabbi was telling the story of the oven of Achnai, about people debating about the holiness of some oven or something. Like, basically, this verse about, like, the Torah does not live in heaven, it's on earth. So it's like, even if someone's, like, right with God, if, like, the people's consensus is bigger than it, they need to consider that, like, everything has to be played out on earth in a context. But then also, the other people need to listen and at least consider how they're treating the person who's right, even because they might be technically right, but it needs to be applied for humans, basically, and God was cool with that. But also, people got judged for how they treated people. And so it's like there's lessons for everyone on every side, and every person is kind of everyone on every side as well. Because you might be in the majority on something, and you might be in the minority on another thing, and you might really be right, but how you go about it matters. And the majority might really be wrong, but there's merit to the majority being wrong, if it's the majority trying to do something first. And it's just a very interesting story with very, like, and there's not just one right interpretation. That's what I like about the stuff I've been learning from the rabbis. They're like, there's not just one way. That's the point. That's how they kind of approach things. It's like, don't try to look for the answer. That's the quickest way to miss it, because then you won't miss the answer for the moment. You will miss the answer for the moment if you're trying to say that there's the answer at all. Because some teachings might be the right teaching for the right time, and you need to know how to recognize the time. And that's like, goes back to the thing I admire about Polder model as well. It's like, every voice matters. You know, someone might have been given, that was what frustrated me about everything being frickin' Brit rock. It's like, well, that's not what would attune my attention into this. Jesus, the People Get Ready stuff being more like prog and sounding metal-ish almost for a second there, that's the stuff that drew me in. I was like, oh, I can actually do the lamentations of my heart here. But then I got in trouble for that kind of shit all the time. I was like, what is it then? Why are we just doing what sells on CCM? That's what it feels like. Except for when you want the branding of trying to be outside the box. So you, like, asked me to do a Tool riff modified. I had one that they wanted me to do in the style of 46 and 2. I was happy to do that. I was like, okay. And we did get to do a little of that, but it was just, we got in trouble for it. Which I'm sure you're familiar with. Well, not like, yeah, it was a yes and no thing. It was like, it was always like, make sure to keep them in check for caring that much about the music. I'm like, well, what the fuck did you want me to do? Like, this is my passion. Creativity can't happen without heart, or how are you trying to do it? It comes from my heart, so my heart's going to be in it. Like, I can't just turn that off unless you want it all to go away. But, like, take care of it then, because it comes from my heart, and I can't do it without it.
Yeah.
And it just felt like there was no honor for that. It's like you want just the outcome without having to give any input, and that feels like exploitation to me.
Yeah. Well, that's exactly what it is.
Like, you guys want to pay me nothing, close to nothing, or wanted me to stay and work for you when you took away my pay, that I had to have a second job just to afford doing 70 hours a week work between the two jobs just to be able to do the job. No social life because I have to work to afford the job, so my social life was my second job, which I loved. It was awesome. I worked in a freaking hospital and I met the coolest people. I'm about to get killed, but they're about to be unaggroed, so it's gonna work out. Or I might not die. Hold on, I got in a pickle. I'm safe. I'm safe again. Okay, sorry. What were we saying?
Just stay out of their way for now.
Yeah, anyways, I was just a really...
Okay.
Like the years of my life I can't get back, and then they took away my pay.
Yeah.
For myriad reasons, because they changed the rules. And they wanted to be able to speak into my heart. And I was just like, no. That's weird. The Bible says that you can't see into hearts unless you're God. Why are you claiming you can? What? That's a hard line. What?
Yep.
That's controlling. That's domineering.
Right. So it's like, unless I miss something and you're God, you're lying.
You think you have blind spots into my heart? I think that you're deluded.
Yeah.
And they started getting political, and I was done. My Bernie Sanders pin disappeared off my bag. None of my other pins did. Bernie Sanders pin did. What the heck? Like, and then they're endorsing Ted Cruz and doing the Rick Perry prayer rally thing, and you start there cheering for it, and then you're like, wait a second, that's like really political. And I know you're doing it as an individual, but as an individual, you have a platform, and you really should be like, I know that's why you're doing this, but maybe that's actually why you should stay neutral. And I know that's going to be a point of contention that I even raised, but like, okay, I don't have to believe in Jill Austin to say you do believe in Jill Austin, and so you should go listen to her word about the Emperor having no clothes and actually heed it. If you believe that her ministry was prophetic and meant something to you, you should listen to what she said 20 years ago about what happens when a move of the Spirit comes. Because I think you'll see yourself in the story. And then once you learn to see yourself in that story, you'll be able to see yourself in the story I'm trying to tell here too. And you'll see why it has to take a long time, and you have to have patience and actually watch all the streams. Don't just skip around. And you have to walk with me and do it the slow way, because it's about patience. If you believe the prophetic word you were told, you need to have patience. That means actually slowing down and taking the time like me and Genesis have. Because you are not hearing your neurodivergent voices otherwise, because our brains work in a different relationship to time. And our storytelling is not the same way as yours. But we deserve to be heard, and we haven't been heard.
Scrabbling a bit.
Anyway. Otherwise, there's so many people that are freaking suicidal.
Yeah, still. After years.
Like, I know so many people that have... I know some who are not with us anymore. And it's like, they just get forgotten. They make such a big deal out of the one that made national news, and that's important. But, like, there's all the ones that are forgotten. And the ones yet to come, probably, because, like, I just know people are getting, like, worse off and worse off. That's not a threat on my life. Don't call anyone on me. Like, that would be exactly the problem, is you hear someone talking about that and you freak out. Dude, that doesn't help anyone. One, the stupid suicide hotline is freaking useless also. They told me they were busy. Like, they talked to me and they, like, said, oh, you should go to grad school. You're really smart. Okay, I have to get to other callers now. And, like, they did take some time to talk to me, but it was just, like, the preamble thing. It's the whole, you didn't actually hear me. You kept it surface, and then you thought you helped me. I didn't even get to finish saying what ailed me. I have to collect my thoughts and feel heard and paint a context before I can even say the problem. And I'm not the only person I know who thinks like that. And it's like, when you respond with solutions right out the gate, like, you don't even hear. You never heard to begin with. And you need to bridge a gap too. It can't just be us bridging a gap to try and talk neurotypical, because our brains, especially when it comes to trauma, we have to convey what happened in our way. Like, it's an honest experience, and we can't just speak another language when it's like, the important stuff needs to be in your native tongue.
Yeah.
It's asking
like-
the impossible otherwise.
Right. Right. Like, I can't just forget that I was traumatized to appease the fact that you want to have a conversation doesn't have anything to do with relating to and healing me from my trauma. But then they want to go so far as to say, like, well, I've been traumatized and my trauma matters too. So
Bro, authority, like,
honest.
needs accountability.
Yeah.
Like, second victim syndrome is real. Again, this goes back to the healthcare setting. Yes, like, dude, doctors and nurses and healthcare providers, there's second victim syndrome when medical errors occur and people are killed. Okay? Like, there's a whole psychology field around this and around treating this. It's super real. Look into just culture of accountability in the medical field, though. It is literally proven that admitting you were wrong prevents lawsuits more than it leads to them, because people just want answers and they just want the honest exchange of actually knowing what happened and actually being heard. And that actually leads to systemic changes, because just culture focuses on the fact that if someone's in a position to make a mistake in the first place, the system failed them. And the system needs every voice to have freedom to come forward and speak honestly about what happened, so that systemic issues can be identified and a system can be built that won't fail any person. It's not an accusation, it's an ask for transparency, because that literally leads to healing and safety for future generations. We do this and we persist, not out of our hurt, but out of our concern for the future generations who are going to be hurt by the problems we haven't yet seen resolved, not even addressed at points. It's love. It's mercy. Mercy for the people who you'll abuse if you don't learn. You think you've learned. You guys say, we learned, we changed, we changed, we learned. And we're saying you never even heard the problem in the first place to change. You say we made an appeals process, but you put a person over it that I don't feel comfortable talking to, because anytime I try to talk to them, they don't hear me. They dismiss me, and they're kind of snarky in the way they do it. They're not a person I would identify as empathic or safe as a traumatized person. They actually raise a lot of red flags for me, and that's not an accusation. That's just saying it feels unsafe with them because of their mannerisms are kind of shocky, jovial-ish in a way that can feel condescending, and they're just a person that's known for kind of verbally being quick-witted and quick to dismiss, or quick to kind of verbally outwit people, and that's not exactly who I want to go to on an appeals process. It sounds to me like it feels, what it communicates is that you're sending your kind of fast-talky roaster type personality. Does that make sense?
Oh yeah.
Like,
they're trying to pull the wool
it's
over
not,
your eyes with,
it's,
yeah, we can have a
it feels like
conversation.
you're sending up someone combative on purpose. And I'm not trying to accuse. Maybe you're just unaware that that's how he comes across. But to me, it communicated less safety. Also saying, oh, well, we've got this standard of document, but it's a living document. Living document, oh, so you can change it on a whim? Like, okay, what's the process on that? Like, and then that night, they're saying only teachers have to be held to the standards of the freaking eschatology. But that night in briefing, people in briefing were like, yeah, but since you're playing on the stage and students come to the prayer room, that's part of teaching, because they come here to learn.
Right.
And so, like, I can't even question that, because what if they take me questioning it as me not believing it, and I lose my position on a worship team? Because they just said that I should adhere to the stricter doctrine. And now it's thought policing as part of my job that I never signed up for, but now my pay might be contingent upon. And there's no safe way to confront that without possibly losing my job and then threatening it over what someone thought was a harmless musing. Like, leaders, be aware of what you're saying. There's a hostility that's created unknowingly, but it's there. Because, like, there's certain things when you have a position of power, that's why it says don't, like, have many teachers among you, because you're under a stricter scrutiny. Like, yeah, dude, okay, have a stricter scrutiny for your teachers or whatever, but I don't think you applied it in a way that actually, like, made my life hostile.
Right.
Because you're not aware of like what it is to be under the, like, you've been in authority so long you forget what it's like to be under authority, or to be there with no one at your back. Like, your family's there, you've got people who can help work through stuff if you need conflict and need a second person at your back. But some people, you come in, you don't even have, like, when I got accused out the gate, who was I supposed to go to be my second person when everyone else, I don't even know who else was given the accusation that this person came at me with, to know who I have a clean slate with to represent me and hear me fairly. Like, came in with nothing, left with even less. Does that make sense at all? I hope I just didn't go in 27 different directions.
No,
It was just
like, you didn't have anyone in your corner, yet they had all of the chips and everyone in their corner. It wasn't fair. The sides weren't fair.
And then people keep
They
coming
just
at me
blame.
trying to encourage me about the situation, but the whole thing is they're giving me this advice that shows that they have a read on the situation already.
Right.
Because it's like, why is, you're coming at me and being nebulous, talking about codependency and shit. Like, why are you talking to me about codependency? What is informing that? That's a very random thing to bring up. People thought I was disappointed that someone wouldn't be my friend. Dude, no, I was being fucking harassed and abused by someone. In the name of defending that person over this whole misconception about what I was on about. Dude, I was trying to do a job, and I was going to go to medical school, so I wanted advice on the job from someone who did the job. As a multi-instrumentalist musician, I was just trying to learn from anyone I could learn from, but with no special, like, there's a whole other dynamics I'm not going to go into about why that situation got weird in a few different directions. But, like, it was so, like, I got accused of the weirdest shit that was just like, who hurt you to give you that idea? Like, you act like I'm imposing on some celebrity life. Like, you're not that famous, man. You really walled off, though.
Yeah.
And there is some, yeah, that's all I want to go into on that. Let's get back to the game. You can talk. I just need to shut up, or I'm going to start running my mouth in a direction beyond where I wanted to go. No, that still kept it pretty anonymous, but I think it's stuff that I need to talk about openly, because it's like, you know, like, the more I think about this, the wronger it gets. And there's some stuff I don't want to say, but there was a power differential there. That person was a leader, was respected, and it was just, the one that would harass me actually kept appealing to his authority as a leader. And I'm like, it's just gross to me that they're still leading there too. And I'm the one that got kicked to the curb, and they're the one that thought when I said no to something that I was joking. Which is just freaking gross. And it's, I know that presents it in an exaggerated light if you are exaggerating it in your head. But it's to point out that anytime no means no. No means no anytime.
No means no. Period.
It doesn't matter if the context was anything or wasn't anything. My agency fucking matters and shouldn't be taken as a joke in any context. The word no is is always a serious word. Like, always a serious word. I need potions. Whatever, I'll unlock this frickin' fire. I'll head up to the grave forward. I've already been up there. What am I doing? Why am I here? I don't need to be here. Genesis, I want to hear from you for a bit. I need to stop running my mouth.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I just really wanted to speak into the fact that, like, it takes a... First of all, it takes a really even-keeled, like, steady-hearted person to receive the brunt force of all the trauma that we've received, and still stay merciful.
Tough, but
Like,
I'm used to
still
it.
stay within the boundaries of, like, I want the best possible outcome for everyone involved. I don't want to see anyone hurt any further. And I think a lot of this boils
Though I
down
do
to,
think some
like,
of the accountability that needs to happen will be painful for some people.
oh, absolutely.
Not
And it should
hurt,
be.
but there will be some pain, but that's like part of the,
Yeah,
like, it's
like,
the resetting bones type of pain.
uh-huh, yeah, yeah. When I say hurtful,
Because
I
this
mean,
is
like,
painful for me, this
well,
whole
to their
thing.
person. Yeah, this has harmed our person. This is put us in
Or
places like
painful and
physically,
hurtful.
emotionally, mentally, spiritually. Yeah,
People saying are
like,
like accusing like of threatening or of being crazy.
mm-hmm, yeah,
Don't say my
like,
intent, dude.
yeah, like it's like what I said earlier tonight. Like, you could never know my intent, especially when I don't even know my intent.
I know what my
But
intent is not, though. I might not know
right, I
precisely
can
what it is,
for
but I can
sure
tell
say
you a
that.
few things that it's not.
Yeah, and so, like,
Because complex emotions exist.
yeah,
That's what I like about how this game, all three choices are canon.
yeah.
Because it's showing like Aloy's feeling all of these things. These are all fully Aloy.
Yeah, she responds equally in all three ways, no matter which way you say it. Like, her heart is invested in all three of those
And even when you
areas.
pick one, she's feeling all of those.
Yeah.
They're all within her character, and like it gets a little weird because there's somewhere it's like, we with Olin we could choose if he lived or died, so obviously that gets with the story changes a little. But they're all fully there's nothing within her character that's more like what she would do. They're all things that she feels kind of an equal affinity towards. You just get to play out experiencing one versus another.
And Ghost of Tsushima is the same thing.
Yeah.
In story. Yeah.
Yeah.
That blew my mind as I played through it. I was
And
like,
obviously that does
oh,
change with
wow.
certain people living or dying.
Mm-hmm.
But, yep.
But, like, he's living through these complex emotions, and he recognizes the truths in each and the negatives in each. And it's like, dang.
Mm-hmm.
That makes every choice critical. That it's like choices aren't just like irrelevant.
Look at all these chickens. Oh yeah, I can do one and then one. Look at all those potions. Oh, I'm a changed person. I don't want to use them all though. I just need more meat. I want to fill up my potion pouch and get the fast travel pack. It's gonna be so good. Playing the longest long game. I hope that person doesn't feel disrespected. I don't think they will. I just think it's amusing that was the phrase they said. I had already started this. It was like the next day. They're like, dude, you gotta play a long game with people. That's not how they said it, but that's how I read it. That's like how I received them. It's like a chill, like, I don't know. That's just the vibe. It's so chill.
Very chill.
Yeah. Just, I don't want to say anything more. I don't want to. People, don't try to guess who it is. If I'm not giving a name. I mean, that is part of the strategy, is that by not giving a name, it's like, well, anyone can fill in anything on the blanks here, but just know that the stories we're telling are true. Someone did it. We're covering and uncovering at the same time because it's the most respectful middle ground that we can find. But also, intentionally kind of obscuring things or saying vagaries so that you don't know what was literal and what was veiled. Going back to your thing earlier with, like, walking on hot coals, where it's like, dude, some of the stuff that seems point blank might have been a metaphor, and some of the stuff that seems a metaphor might have been point blank. And the problem is, are you assuming which is what in my intent instead of just having a conversation with me? we could have had a conversation, but I wasn't heard. Steps 1 or 2 of Matthew 18, and people want to, like, I don't know, like, they don't respond to controversy or whatever their word is. I'm like, should that really make it so that you're not following scriptural mandate to do Matthew 18, step 3? Now I have to go before the church because you wouldn't hear me at step 1 and 2? You think that having a conversation is hearing. Again, rewind this if you need to. We already talked about that. Miriam. Elizabeth's company is named Miriam after her mother. You might also recognize that pairing of names from the Old Testament. Aaron's wife and sister. Which is an interesting you know, the mountain that fell coming out of that door, what happens there is basically coming off of the Ten Commandment mountain. Seeing people worshipping a golden calf moment. We're not at that quest yet, so I can't define, but you know the scene I'm talking about.
I do know, yeah.
There's just a lot of parallels in this to, like, they did a lot of study on mythology to make the game in the first place. And it's not subtle.
Right.
That's, like, this game was made by learners. That's what I meant when I said that earlier. Like, they created new instruments. They did more of it on Forbidden West, but, like, they literally, like, to figure out, like, the Utuaro weaving and stuff, they, like, looked up plants that would be growing and figured out what resources they would have worked with, and then actually, like, constructed their own attempts and modeled stuff off of, like, it's so cool, like, the dude taking the course about, like, wildlife and stuff like that, etc. I really respect that about it. It's like resource and time put into that, but not that some non-accredited university. Not even part of the original mandate. That was what was weird about it. I was like, what is... like, yeah, I don't know. They, like, at least they used to teach actual theory, and then it, like, went way downhill. Because it's too hard. I don't know, man. Anyway, I don't want to go down that route. That's a whole conversation. But just, that's another, like, look at the fruit thing, man. What happened there?
Yeah, like, what was that even about? Like,
I'm about to get killed. Don't kill me. What time is it? What's the chat up to? The impression that machines are capitalism. Still need to play the game. It's not right, but not wrong.
right.
Capitalism's definitely a big theme in this game. Tropes, TV tropes, yeah. Well, it's just like how if I say picture a bird, every one of us is going to be picturing a different bird. One of us might be picturing like a cardinal, someone might be picturing a hawk, someone might be picturing the inlay on a Paul Reed Smith guitar, someone might be picturing like a parrot on someone's shoulder, and that's the trope you have. Like if I say imagine a fruit, did you imagine a banana, an apple, an array of fruit? Like what is your internal trope for that? And so it's just like breaking down in conversation how much we think we're communicating relies on assumptions of someone having the same meaning bounce up and then be prioritized in their own head as the meaning you intended, and the likelihood of actually doing that successfully, and how much work that takes versus how much work we assume it takes. And how much of an illusion shattering thing it is to address. We assume more than any one of us want to comfortably admit.
It's really interesting that you said, you know, when you say when you say to somebody, like, think of a bird, the first bird you name is a
Glinthawk.
cardinal. Well, yeah.
I'm just literally
like,
fighting a
and
Glinthawk right now, so it's like...
Right. So that was that was what sparked it.
But yeah,
it's
cardinal.
Like, that's crazy, because that, not only is that the first bird I thought of, but that's Illinois' state bird, which I thought was always interesting, because, like, we don't, I mean, we do have a lot of cardinals, but, like, there's no cardinal reserves, there's no, like, special treatment of cardinals in Illinois. Just, whereas I find that to be a commonality in other states. Like, there are whole bird sanctuaries for state birds. So I always thought that interesting. 2, you said what fruit does a person think of, and the first fruit you named is a banana, and every time I think of the word fruit, banana is my favorite fruit, so that's always the first fruit I think of. So it's interesting that even though, like, the tropes in our brains may have similar beginnings, middles, or ends, like, the trip that we took to get to them was vastly different, and that's the part of it that I love.
Well, and it's like, how did that become the trope in your, like, the dominant trope for your head?
Exactly. Yeah.
But that's where I think the Daniel Kahneman's Thinking Fast and Slow gets really interesting, because he talks about how we have a system 1 and a system 2 in our head. And, like, so system 1 would be the thing that just thinks of the first one, and it's like, of course we're talking about bananas. And that would be like retelling the story. Yeah, she was talking about bananas, but I was talking about fruit, but your brain encodes it as bananas because that's your trope for fruit, and your memory gets a little off kilter there. Mm-hmm. When you're not being conscious, you're not engaging your system 2, and you're just relying on what you're interpreting someone is saying or doing versus what they're actually saying or doing. I don't want to fight you, Scrapper. Yep. Look at that. Aw, dang. I don't know what I'm doing right now. I don't want to do this quest without full potions. And some backup meat. I need to get ahead and get a good cache of meat. So I don't know why I'm running up here like this. It's kind of pointless. But I'm doing it anyways. Why not? Get in fight with Flint Hawks. What can go wrong?
Light as well. That got dark.
No. And if I go any further up, there's dudes up there, so we're getting to that point at least. What level is this quest? 18 versus 19? I want to get the golden fast travel pack, but I need so much fatty meat and shards. So freaking much. It hurts. It hurts my soul. Stuff to sell the merchant. Ah, dang.
Now they're hunting me.
Nothing to see. Dang it. Don't want to fight you, please. 3 of you. That's not fair. Aw, man. What? I was trying to avoid this, specifically. Merchant, I just wanted to trade with you. Why do you set up shop in such dangerous terrain? Now I'm getting ice shot at me. Genesis, tell me a story to ease my pain.
So I'm deathly allergic to cats.
Oh no.
However, there's one cat that I am not deadly allergic to, and he simultaneously became not only my best friend, or one of my best friends.
There goes all my
but
potions.
also-
At this point, I want to die.
Oh, goodness.
I mean, I'm probably going to.
But still.
There it is. I'm not even mad about it. I don't know why I was up there. That was a waste. Alpha Go. What is it? Though the trees talk? Alright, I don't wanna Glint Hawks. Not right now.
Not right now.
My health is 420. Why is my HUD on? I turned it off and it's not off and I'm sad.
Can you turn it off now?
Now it's on dynamic and it's still just on. I probably have to restart the game, but I can't do that without ending the stream, so I'll just have to do it like before tomorrow.
Yeah.
Oh, I can make potions out of that.
That is strange.
Yeah. It's kind of weird. I don't know how I'm gonna beat this game.
I gotta pick it up and move.
Carefully.
Yeah, it's gonna take time. Anyway. Gotta get my potions made. I was like, I could do the hunting for animals off stream, but I feel like I should just do it on stream. Make it take time. Whatever, who cares? It's my playthrough. People don't have to watch it. But I don't want to do it off stream. I'd rather just do it all on stream than spend time outside of it, because that would ruin the point of it for me. It's not fun to work for it. It's not what I'm here for. Done enough work. I want to have fun.
This is great.
I've earned it. Plus, then all the little random shit that happens is still there. If people think that's a waste of time, I refer back to the conversation where I already covered that. Sometimes the best self is running. My friend Astro taught me that.
Jesus.
I have to say, it's good advice. Glint Hawks aren't a problem if they can't hit ya. There are so many Glint Hawks here. Why, designers? Why? Why, oh why? This world is so cruel, so hostile, so threatening. Now there's frickin' shell walkers. What is wrong? What is wrong with this world we live in? Angry crab. Dude, in Forbidden West, I just tweeted something yesterday. You should go on my Twitter and look at the picture I posted yesterday. It's my Forbidden West Tremor Tusk and Shellwalker kill count.
Jeez, I'm afraid to look.
Because I found a post from Gorilla that I didn't realize was from like April about how many Tremor Tusk people had killed like 2 months, 3 months after game release. And it was a lot. But it was like, how many have you killed? So I retweeted it with a screenshot that I took on my most recent, like my New Game Plus file. And the thing is, I used to farm a loop. You know, there's the site with the 2 Tremor Tusks. Because of how much money everything costs in Ultra Hard and Zero Dawn, I was like, I'm gonna be freaking prepared for Forbidden West.
Right.
So I was like, I'm gonna get 1,000,000 shards. Because it's funny, because the theme of the game if I made Aloy a millionaire. Like, the path to zenith. But also because if I farm with the volume off while I'm playing D&D on Discord, I pay better attention to D&D because I don't accidentally thumb through the PHP. And I can farm without paying attention to farming on this loop where the 2 tremor tusks and the 3 shell walkers are. So 3 shell walkers, 2 tremor tusks, 3 shell walkers, because the shell walkers respawn while you fight the tremor tusks. So I killed 2 sets of shell walkers for every set of tremor tusks, and the shell walkers have 3 shell walkers per. Basically, something like that. So if you go to my Twitter, you can see what the official count is according to that save data set that I pulled up. I opened the file. You don't have to, though. I saw a bajillion notifications and I'm afraid to check my Twitter now. When I logged in, it was like 20 plus notifications and I'm like, oh no. Because that was the last thing I posted. One of the guys that actually worked on Forbidden West responded to it, so that was cool. But that's why I remembered this whole story, because I said something in my comment to him. I don't remember what I said. I think I said "be gone, crab," and that's why the shell walkers made me think of that. Full circle. That's the whole that was the whole train of thought there.
Yes. Full circle.
Yep. That's the Adderall very hella wearing off. Is what that was. I'm sorry. You have to endure that. Oof. Getting Aloy some potions, though. We're making progress. Bit by bit. Did a quest tonight, so it's not like it's been totally useless. Waste of time. What the heck? Why can't I hit this fish for beans? Having the reticule actually makes it harder, because I can't see the fish underwater because my eyes are like hurting from the white of the reticule. Ow, like for real. That moon is so bright. Man, I don't know. Forbidden West fishing or Zero Dawn fishing? Like, do you guys like shooting them better or like swimming after them better? They both have their pros and cons, I think. Like, my eyes literally hurt right now from doing this. But I feel like satisfied shooting them through the water for some reason. I don't know. Yeah, sorry to hear that you've had that experience with hospitals, Michael. It can be really, difficult. It's a lot. It's a lot. I'll just say that. Sure. We're getting there on potions. What about carry capacities? Any that I can do? Sweets. Action. At a distance. Oh, so this would be the Denver Aquifer.
Okay.
Which is
looking at?
Yeah, because I looked it up, and there's an aquifer that is getting depleted. I mean, this isn't confirmed by developers. This is my theory. But there is an aquifer, because I was trying to figure out how did this happen? And I was like, I guess across cycles with Gaia making all things new. Because once everything gets eaten, but we're not there in the story yet, that's the problem. So I can't finish the thought, but stuff about erosion and roots. And robots. And my weird theories. And basically I use this game to trick my brain into wanting to learn geomorphology and hydrology. Oh, we're getting some glitches on the way it loads. The way this game renders and why it was able to make such pretty stuff on PS4 technology is nothing is drawn until the camera's looking at it, but sometimes it gets the angle of what should be visible off a little bit. So that's what we're seeing here. Or something like that. Don't listen to me. I don't know what I'm talking about. I've made
Just
zero video
gibberish.
games.
Right.
But I know shit about stuff, and I'm not totally
Right.
off. It's just that's
You
my
know.
paraphrase on it. Don't take it as law.
Hardy little plant. You'll help.
You
Like
actually like learn
There are
stuff
people
about
much
stuff
smarter
though,
than
right?
us, but yeah, I learn. I'm a
You,
learner.
but you actually like actually formally learned stuff about stuff with video game writing. Didn't
Oh
you?
yes, I did. It was a very long time ago now, but yes, I did do that as life.
So rad.
Yeah, it's so interesting. They and this isn't like
Well,
every
because that goes
game
back to
or
thinking in
every-
trees, because that's kind of how you have to think to do a plan on a story like this.
Exactly, and it's usually you have to write backwards, so you have to write the end first.
That makes
Because you
sense.
need to know
you
where
need to know where you're going to
going.
path your way there.
Exactly. So that's why
That's what I think
sometimes
about
in
with
the
making an
middle-
animation. You have to know every line you choose to put down. It has to have a journey that it's going on. That's what I've been learning as I've made one animation ever.
Yeah, and that's really what it is. It's like
Did you see that one?
every line has a purpose. I did. Are
Yeah.
you done with it? I didn't know if you. were
No,
going
I haven't
further,
touched it in a
or-
while. I got involved in
Okay.
this, and so I'm going to get back
Right.
to it.
Might
It's
need
not
that.
done at all, but it's just the problem is I don't know if my laptop can handle me adding much more to it because it's a 10-year-old laptop. I need new gear.
Oh, so
Bye.
is mine. Yeah, I need
It's
to.
a freaking
really need to
MacBook
take
from
this-
2012.
Oh wow, I think mine's 2013 or 2014.
There we go.
I
It's
just need
like
to
it-
take it, get it wiped, get the new operating system on it, and then that's fine.
No, I don't have the RAM, and I think one of the cards is going bad because it kind of gets like. No, it's actually I'm just
Oh.
I have too much stuff open and I run out of RAM. But also like the drawing is like a gigabyte file at this point. It's huge.
Oh wow.
Well, it's 48 frames. It's 48
Yeah.
frames, so it's like.
So it's already
But I'm like barely even started on it, so it's like, oh, I don't know if my computer can render it. I might have to do it in chunks at a time, which is fine. There's ways I can do that, and then I'll have to composite it later. And if I got to do it that way, that's fine. I can do it that way. Do what my computer handles, and then render it all down the line. It's gonna be super rad when I'm done with it, though.
yeah. Yeah, it's literally gonna be one of the coolest things ever.
Well, right now it's just in pencil, but I want to make it into paintings, frame by frame paintings, color paintings, everything
gonna-
painting.
Are you gonna
Like
show
that
the
Van Gogh movie.
transition of it, or just like it's gonna go from being in pencil to being like painting?
No, it's gonna like be painted. I'm gonna try and animate the process of it, start turning from pencil to painting of different types
Yeah,
of painting,
yeah, that's what I meant.
like
which
watercolor to like
is the coolest
acrylic.
part of it. Like,
to like airbrush and like have it go between like we like mix styles and then have different parts change over to different things. I don't know how much I'm going to make it look like there's paint strokes occurring, but it is going to like color itself in some way.
yeah,
I'm still figuring out. I've been playing with different layers to try and see what styles I want to do. Basically.
okay.
But
I can't wait. It's gonna look awesome.
I need to get back into a place of like wanting to work on it because it's just too much else going on right now. for me to be able to focus on it because it takes getting into a mindset to work on. Kind of have to zone out and hit flow. Which, man, one time I was seeing one of the therapists I've seen, she specialized in gifted people. And that's the way I saw her, because she had a gifted son, and I figured she might know how to talk to me. And she did. She was good for that part of me. Not for other parts. She didn't know how to do trauma.
Yeah.
As well. Not her forte, but the gifted part she was able to speak to, which is great, because I had a good therapist for trauma for 2 years, every week, an hour a week. Loved that lady, and she freaking got it. She had some lived experiences, I'll say. And religious trauma as well. Love her. Great therapist. But this one, I was like talking about, I was just really sad that it's been really long since I've been in flow. She's like, you've been in flow? I was like, you haven't? I'm sorry.
Like what?
No, I'm deeply sad. I'm not depressed. I'm deeply sad because it's just been a long time since I've been in flow, and I'm sad that it's been so long since I've been in flow.
Yeah.
Flow used to be the regular for me. I'm not there. That's depression for me. No flow anymore.
No flow.
I miss flow. Flow is where the bed of creation lives.
If you don't mind me asking, how long has you been out of flow?
Oh, I mean, I've been back in it now. That was a couple years ago.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
No, like, that's where that
Gotcha.
animation came from. Flow. Time goes away. How else am I animating 48 frames, man?
Yeah, that makes... Yeah, that's
Yeah.
true.
Dude, no one's doing that from outside of flow unless they are living a freaking miserable life. I just put on an audiobook or a TV show and I just start drawing. I'd be on the phone
I'm
with
saying,
someone or whatever. And
there
just
are
draw.
many
And just
lives
kick
that
out
are
frames,
just-
45 minutes each frame. Just poop, pop, pow. And it just feel like happy the whole time.
There are many of our constituents who are miserable on the verge of suicide that create genius works that I'm like, I'm so glad you're still alive, but
Yeah,
I want you to
well-
stop for your own safety.
Yeah.
But I really appreciate this genius work that you just created. But
And
please
you can
stop.
do it from that place too. Like, it's just a lot more
Yeah.
fun the other way. But it's a lot easier to do the other way when you have good collaboration.
Yes.
Like, I knew this person would appreciate this drawing, so I made this animation because they're not exploitative. So I don't want to charge them. They didn't ask me to do it. I'm just like, can I make something for you? I think you'll like it because you appreciate art and the work that goes into it. And I can just, it's
You appreciate the
like
process.
you've tangibly shown that
all
to
of it.
me. And so I want to make
Yeah.
art for you because I know you will actually love it. I can only create when I know it's got somewhere to go. That's why I don't make a lot, because it's like I'm just waiting for somewhere to put it. I don't want to just make something for no reason. I don't practice so much at art. I just observe the world. If that makes any sense. Like, I don't study art. I just am always looking at the world around me.
It's the world is art to you. Like,
So when I come back to work on something, I've grown as an artist without touching a paintbrush. Or in my case, a digital pen. So there's like little to change on that because it's not about my skill with a brush. It's about how much I can see what I'm making and how truthfully I can look at the world and then what I'm making and then what memory bank I can form. It's the same thing with songs. Like, I'm just pulling on the shapes, the memory bank and the shapes from songs I've heard. I don't have to touch my bass to work through the shapes in my head. I can just see the shapes and see my fingers playing them instead of putting my fingers on the board.
Yeah. You know, this is what I meant to say earlier. The way that you see yourself playing bass is the way that I see verses made in my head. I'll see a story.
That's my buddy.
And I'll know exactly how to say it.
Would see notes on a clef, and that's how he could do his perfect pitch. He saw the notes on the clef. When he hears something, he sees the notes on the clef. And his native tongue is a tonal language, so he attributes it to probably being something to do with that. He had perfect pitch, straight up perfect pitch.
Yeah, that's.
I have really
how
good
Charlie
relative
Puth
pitch.
Describes seeing music. I wonder how good of pitch I have, because I feel like I used to be so off pitch in a lot
I
of
feel like
ways.
it's like
But
is a D.
yeah, that and I don't know what the
I
notes
think,
are.
like, I can test it real quick. I have to mute it
Okay,
to
yeah.
check with a song. I'm gonna listen to Dream Theater's Home. The first tone in that song is a D. Okay, or like, do 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 is a B C B C D D. Wasn't that what I sang?
Yeah.
But I could be wrong. Home by Dream Theater. The first note in that is a D, so if I'm right. The first note. No, I was a D. No perfect pitch, but I was close. But I'm also like not paying
No
much
perfect
attention.
pitch, but I was close.
Be quiet, computer. Yep. So I was wrong, and that's fine. I don't think I have perfect pitch. I think I have really strong relative pitch, but I get confused in my head. But the thing is, that's what I said. I don't like thinking about notes. I like thinking about tonal relationships when I memorize something, and then I can play it anywhere on the fretboard. And I just have to think about the shapes, because notes relative to one another when I'm hearing a song, it doesn't matter what key it is in. I can hear the intervals. And then I can play it because I know the intervals already. Wherever on the fretboard I am, I think about everything in spatial relationships between intervals of notes. And then transposing key to key is really easy. I don't have to think about what I'm actually doing. I just have to think about how things should relate. It just seems like less steps to me than memorizing a bunch of different keys and all the different names, and then like when you have to do the enharmonic equivalent because if you want it to be the right musical alphabet. Like I get the importance of that, but it just seems like extra steps to me. It's important, but for on the fly, why would I be thinking about all that? That's like 18 extra steps when I can't say all that to someone through hand signs anyway. So like I just went with the very efficient, but then I was able to think about everything in numerical relationships and start getting shapes for different like inversions. And so but music is very visual for me. It's like also has a lot to do with the way that planets orbit. And I don't know how that sounds so weird to say, but I see rhythms as orbits and circles, like a clock going around. Like it's more 3 or 4 dimensional, where it's like two birds in flight, like in Forbidden West when you get a flying mount. You fly around and you and this other bird will get in a dance. Whatever the regent's bird would be will come and dance with your bird that you're flying on. And sometimes it follows you and sometimes you follow it. And you kind of get into an exchange with it. Between, like, so you lead, I follow, but there's a back and forth of like who's doing what and who's above and below and who's flapping their wings and who's gliding. And that's like with beats, like changing out who's staccato, who's legato, who's holding the rhythm down, who's filling out the space. Like I would try to get into this conversation with my drummer on the team where I wasn't allowed to discuss music with my band unless the worship leader was present, even if it was our free time over coffee as friends, which seems a little controlling in an abusive degree to me. Gonna be honest, when my section leader signed off on the worship leader saying that, and I was like, that's extra fucked. Y'all, we're adults. I just want to talk about music with a musician I know. I'm trying to make music with them. It seems maybe like I should be able to do that. But anyways, I digress. What was I saying just a second ago before I went in that direction? Oh, drummer. Music circling in and out. So, like, on that team, before that rule was made, I was just trying to explain, like, to the drummer, like, I get that you want to lock in with the bass, but that's not always stylistically appropriate for you to be on every note I'm playing. sometimes you can just play some of them to accent it. And like, just because I'm playing 16th note runs doesn't mean you should play 16th notes on the drum. Like, they just, like, trying to explain, like, they got really mad because I used the example, it's like a fly on shit smothering me. But that was the example my worship leader had used with me following them too closely and needing to give them musical space to let them fiddle around and lock into something before I hop on it. Because sometimes you're feeling out a few different ways to do something, or you're trying to hint at something and you're not wanting everything to pivot that way yet. You're trying to do something that's like a call and response instead of be right locked in with the drums. And it's like you're going to change the whole rhythmic feel. Like, I'm actually trying to do something harmonically. Like, it doesn't always have to be, like, lock in with the keys rhythm sometime. Lock in with the guitar rhythm sometime. Lock in with the singer's rhythm sometime. There's no rules. It's not drums lock into every note bass plays. And don't get mad if you're playing something and I'm not playing the same exact subdivisions as you. I'm thinking about it, but I want us to transition there at the right moment. And this tension you're feeling is on purpose because of, like, what we're singing. Raising attention in it seemed appropriate because listen to the words we're singing about. If we don't have attention, we won't have a release. So the tension of us not being locked in will make it a more powerful moment once I do come over to you. If you need acknowledgement, let me know. We can come up for a sign for that so you can know that you're heard and your insecurity or whatever it is that's fueling that. And that's not an accusation. That's my own things of, like, I felt with people coming over and not coming over to me. Like, but we need some trust that, like, I'm making a musical decision and I do hear you. But it just, there's so much anxiety around trying to, like, understand that it got in the way of understanding. And that's not just with that drummer. That was just in a lot of contexts. Did you experience that? There was like, it got in the way of just having a rational conversation or just of creating sometimes because people were, like, so focused on, like, how to do it that they just didn't do it.
Well, and that was the whole point. It's like if somebody was told to start a section, they didn't leave room for anyone else to take it somewhere. Like they started something that ended on itself, and it had to end on itself. Like there was no leeway for, like, okay, so the drummer starts, and then all of a sudden, I, as antiphonal lead or whatever, me and the guitarist, like the lead guitarist, are having very real conversation, and he's like, I have something, but I want you to sing with this melody, with this melodic move, and I'm going to play underneath that. And
yeah.
So I would go there.
And having that little bit of conversation, I wasn't allowed to do hand signals on that team where we weren't allowed to talk off stage either. They also said we weren't allowed to communicate on stage. And it's like, dude, you wonder why there's so much conflict. Everyone's feeling unheard when you, like, you have to start with the conversations to understand one another. You're trying to force the prophetic by getting rid of half of what leads there.
Yeah.
If you want to call it the prophetic, but it's like, dude, in order to hear each other, we have to know each other. And that actually involves offstage conversations. Humans can't read one another's minds. We're not just going to vibe with one another without learning who one another is. Like, what are you, like, don't control me of what I can, like, it was so weird.
That's what it ended up being.
It was so choking.
A control cycle. And whoever was given, quote unquote, control, if they were, I guess, like, if they felt it enough, they could lend part of that control to someone else, but the leader would always bring it right back. He would always be like, no, like, you hold this line. And it's just like, it always felt so forced. And I told most of my worship, but I'll give it this. There was for sure one worship leader who let his team do anything. But then there was another that, like, had his days. I'm speaking of John Thurlow and Brandon. God, I can't remember Brandon's last name. That's okay. Not the Brandon
We don't need to.
we both worked with, but you know Brandon. But yeah.
We don't need
So
to.
the freedom that they allow.
You can let me know
I
which
will
Brandon
say.
off
This'll
stream.
last.
Oh, okay.
I don't
Yeah,
want to
you
go
probably
too
can.
much into names.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm thankful I can't remember his last name.
There's like
But yeah,
5 to pick from.
there are. Oh crap, there's so.
Yeah.
Never mind. But the freedom that they allowed gave me the freedom to feel like I could look at any one of the people playing and go, hey, you do this, you go here, you move around them, and then you make something totally new. I don't even care what it is. I'm gonna have these three do their thing, work with each other.
So you're saying you could feel that the worship leader's own security helped everyone else have more security to create the flow.
Exactly. And then that gave me the freedom as the singer to then give freedom to the people singing next to me. Because I would look at them and I would go,
open
now pick a
hands
spot
begat
you wanna
open hands.
Yeah, and I would say, now pick
no
a lane you want to
choking.
ride in. And if you ever want to cross into my lane, just give me that signal. Let me give you space for my lane, and I'll move into your
Active
lane.
engagement
Or I'll
and
take your
communication.
position. Yeah. So I remember this one set in the morning specifically. It was a lead singer and then me, and I sang and rapped. I remember that much. But then like our band was the leader on piano, our drummer, and our bass player. And I just thought
those could be fun.
I just thought this is gonna be the funnest.
People are forced to go outside
set.
because the bassist is forced to pick up a lot more. But you just get this nice rhythm and bass thing going on. Like some of my favorite sets were.
That's exactly
super
what
turned
our
back
bassist
because,
did.
especially because that's why I play 6-string bass. Like, dude, it's because like if I need to fill out, I can fill out. I can throw down a loop or something. I can create some atmosphere on a looper pedal if I borrow it from someone. Like, I used to run the edge of a pocket knife on the bass string.
Really?
With this really nasty shredded metal noise. Like sideways down, like pick scraping, but with metal. Because I had a little blade on me because I walked around Terrace Lakes at night, man. Like,
yeah, you should have had a big old blade.
Yeah, well, I mean, you know, within a reasonable size. I don't want to.
Well, I was scared.
It's pocket knife in Missouri. It's a normal thing.
Yeah.
Plus, I needed it for doing some stuff like opening things on my gear and whatever. I just don't want people get weird when you start mentioning stuff like that.
They do.
Dude, nothing in here is a threat to anyone. I only say that because someone's already accused me of threatening. Like, dude, what the... Jeez. It was just so funny because it was from the person that made me feel in the name of the person that's made me feel the most threatened. So it's just like, if that's an indictment on how I was treated, if anything. But okay. I do feel threatened. But that's because someone else was... Well, the person... I messaged that person, and then someone else was in their inbox. And there was nothing that I saw indicated that someone else was going to intercept the message. That's just like, dude, like... Just don't make it seem like a personal account if it's not. But that's how the whole place is like, don't make it seem like a personal account if it's not. Don't preach revival as family and then treat it all business-like. Like, where's the heart? People get dropped so fucking fast when you leave. Like, there was not even any celebration for going aways on the night watch. It's just, you're just gone one day without a word sometimes. And it was just like, my team was supposed to end on the 25th, and then it ended on the 5th, and we got like a week's notice that it was ending early. And then they took me aside, and in one of the meetings, they told me like that every worship leader that anyone on our team had gone to work with says that we're impossible to work with. They were so difficult. It's like, why should you tell me that about my friends? what does that solve? Like, do you think that's helping me in any way? Because that doesn't, there's no substance to that aside from just mean. Like, you guys, it broke my fucking heart. Just, like, the way everything was handled, and then manipulated me onto this other worship team without giving me full information because you knew I wanted off of media, and then won't let me change worship teams when I see the toxic combination of how this person is not letting me get coffee with people to talk music. I know how I operate, and I already see the future conflicts that are coming. And it's the person who lied to me already about a position when I was going to do my FPD trip. So, like, there's just a lot not good about this circumstance. And it played out the way I fucking thought it would. The person's so, like, passive that they just, like, got all tripped up trying to have any conversation with me, and then they felt like I was disrespecting them. And they got my stipends taken away because they were just had Sata's, freaking hand up their butt. Like, but no, already, I'll say Sata agreed with this person about the coffee thing, and it's a section leader, and naming her isn't wrong. You lead it, you take up leadership, you take up the responsibility in having your name out there. Like, I don't want to do too much of that, but at that point, like, that's a couple levels of leadership up, where it's like, dude. And there's some stories about her I won't tell, but I've already said, like, I used to listen to her songs, and now I can't.
Yeah.
I'll just put it that way. I'm not trying to dishonor, but it's freaking leader of leaders. Look at the fruit of the people leading under you. If you're going to be a leader of leaders, the Bible itself says don't have many, like, don't take authority, don't be a teacher, because you encourage stricter, like, when there's the Spider-Man quote, it's not even freaking Spider-Man only, like, it's wisdom from many cultures, including the Bible. More power, more responsibility. I know that because I had a freaking t-shirt in high school because I went to a Christian school, and one year that was the, like, yearly verse, and it was Spider-Man themed shirt. So, this is Luke. I'm gonna say like 19 or something. Am I right? I want to check.
Yeah, 100%. And it sucks that that's how it had to be, like.
Yeah. It's in Luke 19, where it talks about faithful servants and authority, and that's part of it. I think there's another, it's Luke 19 to 21 or something. I don't know. I don't read the Bible anymore. It gives me panic attacks. Thanks, guys. But for real. That's not an exaggeration. And that's what the other thing is, like, they wanted me to keep reading it. I replayed this a bunch of times because I do it as, like, I have my reasons. And part of it was because I was health issues with nausea and I couldn't hike and I wanted to get out in nature. And I can use it as a creative tool, and it's an inexpensive way to get a lot of money, a lot of worth out of something for a little investment when I'm trying to save money. And I can create pictures in it and join a fandom community and get social engagement out of it, and possibly down the line do commissioned art if I want to, and get a little bit of side income out of it if I want to. I've only been doing that for fun for now, but, like, the option is there. If I get good and develop a... But I don't like selling art. I just like giving it away. I wish that I could pay rent and just give everything away, like, not have to think about money.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be out of money soon. I don't know what I'm gonna do then, because I get panic attacks when I think about jobs. And I still have nausea that's, like, way too flary, way too all the time for me to, like, I got health stuff to work out, I think.
Brew that up later.
Figure it out, though. I've had enough to live off of for now, but we'll see how long that lasts. It's getting low. It's frustrating, but what can you do? I feel like a lot of people are in that situation, especially a lot of people who gave their youth to serve that organization.
Oh, yeah.
And it's, dude, I'm not just mad that I didn't get position. You guys literally lied to me about pay and position. Like, you said you would give it to me, and I organized my life around trusting your word, and you guys constantly changed it over and over and over. Now I have panic attacks at any job. Even when there's good news, it's like I'm waiting for the other shoe to drop because I'm so used to living in that place for years. It was constant. Constant having the rug pulled out from under you. And I know so many other people who use that exact phrasing, because when I said it to someone, when I first met a leader that actually believed me, that was that they turned to me and they're like, you have no idea how many people have used that exact phrase. That rug pulled out from under my feet. And it's that panic attack feeling. Just being knocked flat on your ass, man.
Yeah.
Like, I just feel like if they understood, they would act differently towards people that have been through it. I was in the show me state, and I just, it's that whole, like, why aren't you guys pursuing the people to make things right? Like, I don't think you can understand the level to which, like, people came in doing okay and left totally fucked up. That you can just say, oh, my bad. Like, it's the whole, like, well, it wasn't that big of a deal. Okay, like, dude, if you cut the last thread someone's hanging on to, it doesn't matter if you cut only one thread and some other place cut 20 threads. You cut their last thread.
Yeah.
Like, what
So
about the
that
widow's
mattered the
mite?
most.
If you take, oh, I only took 2 pennies. Yeah, that was for only 2 pennies.
Yeah.
Like, understand the widow's mites from another angle. Understand it as a leader and how that applies. Like, if all scripture is useful, that's why I keep trying to quote it. You guys might not catch that almost everything I said has just been a citation of a freaking Bible verse, but that's because you guys play by the rules. All scripture is useful, and that it's got to come from the Bible. You can't even recognize it when I quote it, and if it's not New King James half the time. So you're not even catching that all I'm doing is quoting the Bible. And that's not every single person that hears this, but that's literally happened to me with some people where, like, I had to be like, and not even people that I'm mocking or making fun of. It was just like a thing of like, oh, I have to change to New King James Christianese for people to recognize this, because they think Mike's Notes language. They think New King James language, because you just get saturated in it. And I do that too, where I get confused on dialects, and it takes a moment to warm up to hearing stuff through a different lens. It's a shift in perspective. It's a renewing of the mind, if you will. Mm-hmm. What is a renewing of the mind if not metanoia? It all feeds back into itself. You change your mind, you renew your mind, you shift your mind, you shift perspective. Like, be flexible. Be willing to hear what I'm saying. Don't add or remove words from the book of my life. How does the whole thing end? Think about Jewish poetry and the respiratory cycle of it. The way things are repeated and the way things cycle back in on themselves to form a perfect, like a full circle of thought. And then, like, look at, like, the story begins with someone saying, did God really say? And that's not an accusation. It was received as an accusation. It's just a question. If you stop trying to assign intent. It's a way to read it, okay? I'm not saying it's the way to read it. I'm saying it's a way to read it, and try it sometime.
Yeah.
Nutritious.
But even that could be seen, if you're seeing it through the lens that is commonly taught. I'm saying, did God really say? But I'm saying, don't actually go look at what the book says. He didn't tell them to, like, eat it. He just asked them what would happen if they did. And they started to question what they had been told in their own memory, instead of just going to God and being like, hey, what did you mean by that? And then they started to make things up and add and remove words. And eating from the tree happened before the fruit was ever touched, when you started to add words. Don't add or remove words. It's a communication manual, guys. That can be a way to use it, okay? If all scripture is useful for teaching, and it's a living word, why can't it just be a communication manual? Why can't we do a reading on it that way and try that out and try having a conversation? Look at the faithful witness, then the two witnesses, and then a great cloud of witnesses, okay? There's your Matthew 18. There's your book of Revelation. It's a freaking communication manual, and that's why we're here as a cloud of witnesses on the cloud, coming on the clouds for you, having a public conversation about what you guys have done and what we have seen and known, tasted, experienced in a game where dry bones are called forth, where Hades suffers a second death, where the earth is burned with fire and 1,000 years later made new, etc. Are you willing to go there and just like not take it as some blasphemy or some sort of like don't accuse intent? Come like a child without assumptions and presuppositions. And be patient because you've caused much harm and turmoil to many. I'm not saying you're impatient. I'm saying you were warned that if you were impatient, you would cause much harm and turmoil to many, and there's been much harm and turmoil to many peoples. You do the math. I'm not saying anything. Don't hear what I'm not saying. But do hear what I am saying, please. Because we are getting left on red. Or having people thinking they've heard us when they've made assumptions about us. It's like this one psychiatrist quoted something in my chart that I never said, and then they put a diagnosis in me about it on something I'd never even said. And then my therapist, who, like, it was a psychiatrist I saw one time, and my therapist had to go in my chart and, like, systemically be like, that diagnosis that psychiatrist put in is incorrect, and here's all the reasons why. And then that psychiatrist got mad and used my chart to talk shit about the professionalism of the therapist that I had asked to intervene on my behalf, because I was like, I as a patient can't go up against that diagnosis without making it look as though I'm reinforcing it. But that diagnosis isn't treated by psychiatrists, it's treated by therapists. And so as my therapist, do you think that's something you need to treat in me? Because you actually have the expertise to speak on it over this resident. Like, that's an example of, like, dude, you can think you've understood, but you're actually misunderstanding and then paraphrasing something in your head. He charted 2 hours after the appointment, and he charted a paraphrase of something I'd said that was a wrong frame of interpreting it. Well, I could see how he could have gotten that meaning from what I said, but it's not what I actually said. It was a misquote and a misunderstanding that he then used to add additional frameworks in that totally missed what I was actually saying and intending to say. And then he made a diagnosis on it that you shouldn't even make after only one 15-minute appointment. He was a resident psychiatrist. It changed out every year, and this was the first time I'd seen him, and it was just like so much work for everyone else involved. It turned out he was under censure by the Board of Behavioral Health because he'd committed a felony between medical school and residency for a kickback scheme, and he'd made over 250 grand on it. And he was not honest about that with his attending, because I talked to her about it later, because I worked at the hospital. Like, that was the frustrating part, where it's like I had to see this dude in the halls randomly. Like, anyways, that's just an example of how that phenomenon can happen, though, if that makes sense. Like, the therapist got the diagnosis stricken. It took a lot of work to get it stricken, because he's like, it was my clinical impression at the time. No, it was your clinical misunderstanding at the time. I never said the words that you put in quotation marks in my medical chart. I never said those words, and yet you put them in there as though I've said it. Like, that's incorrect information on my medical chart. Like, dude, I didn't say that. Now I have to, like, feel like I have to record every psychiatrist appointment because you have been fighting this so hard over something. I have an email where you said it was a typo, and now you're saying, but that was my clinical impression. So which was it, dude?
All right.
Was it a typo, or was it your clinical impression? Like, just be consistent. That's what this whole stream has been. Be consistent. Do you have anything else to say tonight? I feel like it's getting kind of late, and I'm just rambling in circles. But we had a good conversation, but I just don't want to go too much longer.
Yeah.
I'm at this campfire, and I feel like I'm getting sleepy and hungry.
Yeah, I am definitely
food.
on the hunger tip.
Yeah.
Honestly, no. We went a lot of good places. I think the last thing I'd want to say is we just, like you said, be consistent. Like, there are so many lives that stand to benefit from what beauty can come from this, and I want that more than anything.
Yeah.
You know, like looking back on this, I don't ever want to feel like I regret having gone where we've been, having said what we've said. Like, I want this to be used in the right way. And
Yes, for
the
sure.
more
Not
the
not
more
as a
we're given
hammer
to
to
it,
bash people over the
yeah,
head like we were,
no,
which is real, and it's why we're freaking here. But it's like, okay, fine. I feel like almost also that we have to be perfect just to earn the right to be heard, and that's not cool. But that's like, okay,
Right.
fine, then we will be though. But
right.
are you gonna find reasons to dismiss us? Like, what does that say about you?
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying anything, but ask yourself. Like, it's because you're preaching shock me now, but then it feels like you've stopped up your ears to our cries because you don't like, I don't know, the manner we went, but you made it weird. Like, I can't find the appeals process link here anymore even. And I don't feel comfortable going through, like, why is there one route when I have to talk to someone that I don't even trust? Like, when I'm already coming in through violations of trust, and now you're making it an even higher bar by saying I have to go this one route or do it on your terms, on your campus, or through your, like, and it's a person I've already tried talking to who I don't feel like has the ability to hear what I'm actually trying to say, because they started talking about, well, but the ministry's done so much good for so many people. Just like, bro.
It could do good for 1 million people. If it hurt one, it's to me, it's worthless.
Like,
That's just to me.
leave your gift
You know?
at the altar.
Yeah.
Go and be reconciled, and then come and offer your worship to God. Leave the 99 to go after the one. That's just, I literally, the way I wound up getting a target on my back is because when I saw people getting hurt, I started to talk to them. Because I was like, well, I will leave the 99 to go after the one. This person's going through this shit, then someone needs to be there for them.
Yeah.
And people started treating me different after that. Like, and I felt like I tied a rope around my waist and jumped into water after I saw a car go over a rail. And I put the other hand off to the crowd of people that were still on the bridge as I jumped in, and no one grabbed the other end when I went after the one. And then they condemned me for drowning.
Right, like it was your fault.
Like, I'm sorry, were we reading the same Bible?
Yeah.
Like, no prophetic calling should trump what Scripture says. Nothing replaced the mandate of the actual red letter words. I think that's a good place to say goodnight. Any closing words, Genesis? Will you be able to be back with us tomorrow, or is that like a question mark? I don't want to like make you answer that right now. I just enjoy having you.
I will
that's
let
all.
you know.
Yeah, that's real.
I would
that's
love
real.
to be, and I will.
I get it. Life
let you
is
know.
real. Yep. I don't want to go this long tomorrow either.
Okay.
It'll be a Friday night.
Go
We went really long tonight. Yeah. And we did it during Critical Role too, so I'm like, although it's the final weekend of the month, so they might not have Critical Role tonight.
That is true.
Have you started watching? Have you seen The Legend of Vox Machina on Amazon Prime?
I haven't.
The script came from their actual sessions.
Really?
Ashley Birch is one of the producers on it too. They got David Tennant to act in it, and so they also got the lady that plays. She's in Encanto, but also Brooklyn Nine-Nine. She's in it, and the lady that plays the Sand Snake's mom in Game of Thrones, Indira Varma, is in it. And the guy that plays the dude with the tiger in Walking Dead, Carrie Payton, he's in it.
Oh, those are so many good people.
Yeah. And then all the voice actors that play Dungeons and Dragons on Critical Roles in it. And Matt Mercer make a little appearance as an NPC character in each episode. It's really good. Season 2 comes out next month, and so it's like the right time to get into Legend of Vox Machina on Amazon Prime. It's not for kids, not for children. It was an adults
not for children
playing Dungeons and Dragons improv session. It's just animated because they all work in that and love that. Excuse me, my throat's getting dry. Also, The Last of Us show, January 15th, 2 weeks.
Also, The Last of Us show. My goodness.
2.5 weeks. Ashley Johnson's gonna be. She's in both. Ashley Johnson is in both. And Laura Bailey is Abby. Laura Bailey is Jester / Vex / Imogen on Critical Role, but she is Abby in The Last of Us. Travis Willingham is the big burly dude at the end of Last of Us 2. The one when
yep.
You get in a tree. The one with like the ponytail and the white ponytail. And Matt Mercer voices some NPCs in The Last of Us 2. Ashley Birch is Mel. She's Aloy, and she's also Mel. And then Ashley Johnson is Ellie.
Very interesting.
And she plays Ellie's mom in the TV show, but she's Pike Trickfoot in Critical Role. Legend of Vox Machina. But she's also Fern Calloway, which my buddy JD named his dog after. Fern. Fearne. And also Yasha Neodorin. I love Yasha. She's a fallen ASMR barbarian. And she's been through some shit. She has a beautiful arc. Because everyone just sees her as this big tough but she's a gentle soul who was forced into being that by circumstances around her. And she eats spider legs.
Yummy.
Which is just... But Ashley Johnson was on the show Blind Spot during the first and second campaign of Critical Role, so she was in and out a whole bunch. But whenever she's there, she just delivers these comedic one-liners that are subtle, but if you actually pick up what she's putting down, freaking genius. And it's always the best timing, and it's always just like totally out of left field and usually pretty deadpan. And it is brilliant. And if you're not paying attention, you'll miss it. Not all the time. Sometimes it's just, you're not going to miss it no matter what. But sometimes it's just like, you just did that. I adore Ashley Johnson. She was Gretchen on Recess.
For real?
Yeah. She's also the daughter in What Women Want, which has Helen Hunt and Mel Gibson in it. Which Helen Hunt was Dr. Joe Harding in Twister. They're making a Twister 2, apparently.
All of those movies. Are they really?
I don't know if it's real. Someone tagged me in something. But I did talk... Were you here the night when I was talking about how the dude, the Paxton Mobile, and I would drive into Kansas City every day at the same time? Not every single day, but like the dude and I were like on the same schedule and like lived like along the same route because I would see him all the time when I was going to or from work. And he had a Dorothy in his frickin' truck bed.
He legit had a Dorothy.
Yeah, he made a Dorothy. He was like, he cosplayed a truck. Look up the Paxton Mobile. I have a video of it up on my Instagram somewhere, like from a few years ago. You'd have to scroll a lot to find it, but like, I freaked out because I would drive by and I'd be like, oh my god, freaking Dorothy in a red truck. You got like the same year, make, model. And cosplayed a truck. I think someone did that with the Jurassic Park truck also. I mean, why not? It's a thing. I don't see why not.
I mean,
people have made Batmobiles.
Seen the Scooby-Doo truck.
Yeah, exactly. Cool. It's late. I just want to make sure that if there was anything else you wanted to say, because we talked about a lot of really cool things with talking, communication, forgiveness, people getting into territory that they really should be a lot more humble before exploring. That is, saying things about what goes on inside others. Any closing thoughts? And then I've asked that like 3 times. I just want to make sure. Because I feel like I've bunny trailed each time. Yeah.
One closing thought. Everyone, love a little bit better than you did today, tomorrow.
That's
Doesn't
a
have
good
to
one.
look like something crazy.
That works
Just
every
a
day.
little bit better. Yeah.
I like it. It's a good place to land off on, so I'm going to go ahead and sign off
Amen.
there.
Alrighty.
Amen, let's stand.
Ah.